Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
I made a terrible mistake. You see, it started when I was 7 years old, and my father tried to reshingle the roof all by himself. I don't think he really had an idea what he was doing, but I heard him tell my mother that morning, "How hard can it be?" I should have asked the same question in regards to the driveway. I remember I was playing in the front yard, a good distance from the house, to avoid being struck by falling shingles, as per my father's instructions, when I heard him use some of the words that made my mother frown, followed by what can only be described as the sound of him sliding bump, 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 bump down the side and over the gutter. When I rounded the corner of the house, it looked like he was flying. He had his arms out like a pair of wings and his legs stretched out behind him. It was only a second of the image. Then he hit the pavement with a sharp crunch, his neck bending at an almost 90-degree angle, and his head splitting open like a watermelon as the rest of his body immediately went limp and collapsed into a pile on top of him. No, I didn't scream at the sight. I still had the image of him flying in my head. Instead, I just sat there on my big wheel, my mouth hanging slightly open while my brain tried to process what I'd just seen. Then, as my mother retells it, I went inside and casually informed her that Daddy had fallen off the roof and was dead, with all of the emotion befit witnessing the same events on an afternoon cartoon. Dubious at first, she leaned over the sink to look out the kitchen window to verify my claim. Then she did all the screaming for me. We had him interred at Hillside Cemetery, just down the road from where we lived. We got a large tombstone with his name on it, along with husband and father, and the two most significant dates of his life. It's probably a good thing they didn't have his last words etched in it as an epitaph. The weekend after his funeral, my mother and I walked down the road to Hillside and visited his grave. While she wept and talked to the tombstone as if it were him, I crouched down at the other end, took a handful of fresh dirt, and hid it in my pocket. In my mind, I was keeping him close to me. Later, at home, I put the dirt in a little glass jar with a snap-on lid. That night, I dreamed that my father came into my room and petted my hair. In my dream, I sat up and hugged him and told him that I missed him and I was glad he was back. He kissed me on my forehead and promised he would always be with me. It was such a vivid dream that when I woke up later, I wasn't sure if I had actually been awake. I could still feel his cold lips on my skin. Days later, I broke out into a rash that started on my face. The doctor suspected it was poison oak, but typical remedies didn't seem to help. I didn't tell him, or my mother, what I suspected, that my father had visited me after he was dead, and that it was his kiss that caused the rash. When I had a chance, I threw the dirt away. The rash eventually subsided, but I ended up with a scar over my eyebrow as a reminder. That may seem bad, but I honestly didn't think it was. My father reached out to me from beyond the grave and left a mark on me to remind me he'd always be there. No, that was not the mistake, but in a way, it led to it. You see, years later, when my best friend Leslie's father passed away, she sank into this terrible gloom. She had always been close with her dad, so I thought the greatest gift I could give her was one more moment together, to say goodbye to him. I made it my mission to give her just that, and I knew exactly how to do it. The day after his funeral, I returned once again to Hillside Cemetery, this time with a trowel and a little flower pot, located his grave and filled the pot with it. Then at school, I gave Leslie the pot of dirt and told her I had planted a forget-me-not for her. It was alive, of course. I wasn't about to touch the dirt myself, just to plant a seed. The idea was to put it in her possession, thereby giving her the chance to have a dream of her father just as I had. It didn't work. I mean, it did, but instead of joy, Leslie seemed to fall deeper into her depression. She stopped eating at lunchtime, stopped socializing after school, stopped attending track meets with me. I'd ask her if everything was okay, and she'd clam up and excuse herself, running away from me. I could only figure that she hadn't actually touched the dirt yet, so I decided to ease the process along. "Hey, how's the flower?" I asked her one day. She wouldn't even look at me anymore. "Nothing yet." "Have you been watering it?" "Sure." "Well, okay. So if she touched it, what went wrong?" I thought on it. It didn't even really occur to me that maybe it had nothing to do with the dirt, you know? Maybe my father had visited me for some other reason. Or maybe my dream had really just been a dream, and the rash and scar were indeed just a case of poison oak. I had wanted so badly to believe in my own father's visit that I never once considered that my own sadness had led to an imaginary return from beyond the grave. Days later, Leslie didn't show up for school. After several more days passed with her absence, I stopped by her house with homework. Her mother answered the door, looking much the same as Leslie had. She took Leslie's homework from me, but wouldn't let me come inside. "Is Leslie all right?" I asked. Her mother shook her head. "Leslie's got a dermatological condition." Holy shit. I knew what that meant, but I asked anyway. What? "She's got a rash." "Can I see her?" She sighed. "Okay, but don't touch her. According to the doctor, it might be contagious." Not as contagious as you think, I thought. "I won't." Leslie's mother escorted me up to her room, knocked on the door, and let her know I was there. "Come in." Leslie's voice was almost a whisper. I found her propped up in bed with the covers up to her armpits. She was watching TV on an old set her mother had placed on the nightstand, next to an assortment of ointments and skin creams and bottles with prescription information on the sides. That dour look was still on her face. More importantly, that dour look was the only thing on her face. I didn't see a rash anywhere. She must be on the mend, I thought. "I heard you caught something." I walked around to the other side of her bed, examining the seemingly flawless texture of her cheeks and forehead. I spied the little pot of dirt over on the windowsill and smiled to myself, but then frowned, realizing that Leslie seemed just as unhappy now as before. Maybe seeing her father again reminded her of the loss. Maybe it hadn't been the gift I thought it had been. I've got..." She couldn't finish the words. Instead, she started crying. She tried to hold the tears back for a moment, then surrendered to them, covering her face with her hands and collapsing into a fit of racking sobs. Her mother had said not to touch her, but I knew she didn't have anything contagious. I put my arm around her shoulder and let her cry against my chest, petting her hair and telling her it was okay. "It's not as bad as you think." "You have no idea." She managed to squeak out, "It's not just the rash. I've been having such awful dreams. I don't want to sleep anymore." "What?" That was not what I expected to hear. Ever since my dad died, these nightmares. Nightmares? I think he's haunting me. She was hysterical, and I hugged her tighter, hoping to calm her lest her mother came in and interrupted us. And I think he did this to me. Your father gave you the rash? Though I thought I already knew the answer to my question, the surprise in my voice at that moment was genuine. Leslie shook her head and wiped her eyes. No, the man in my nightmares. That's when it felt like my heart stopped in my chest. I thought you said your father was haunting you. No, it's this old man. He's frightening looking. It didn't make any sense. What old man was she talking about? Why would he be showing up in Leslie's dreams instead of her father? My brain felt like it was swimming in jelly. I couldn't think straight. Well, the rash doesn't look that bad, I offered dumbly, changing the subject. It seems to be mostly cleared up already. Are you kidding me? Leslie almost shrieked. She tore the covers from her bed, revealing the extent of what I had done. Her legs were red like she'd been scalded with hot water. Yellow splotches covered them, bubbling up in places with numerous oozing sores. Further up inside of her thighs, cracked, bleeding flesh disappeared out of sight under her gown. But worst of all, on each leg, the rash had spread fiercest and most viciously over unmistakable bruises in the shape of an angry grip from a pair of hands with almost unnaturally long fingers. I covered my mouth, unable to conceal my horror. Leslie looked at me through tear-filled eyes, struggling not to break down again. He did this to me. I didn't ask her how she knew. I already had the answer firsthand, and what I realized when I saw her legs repulsed me to the core. He had done this. He had touched her there, and Lord knows where else, and I was to blame for it. My disgust at the sight was replaced with disgust at myself. I started crying, shaking my head, trying to expel some form of an apology, but a shameful fear gripped my tongue and strangled my vocal cords, refusing to let me tell Leslie the truth. If she knew I had caused this, that I had cursed her, not only our friendship would end, but so much more. Who knew what her parents would do, what my mother would do, what the whole town would do to me? Maybe they'd bring back witch burning. So I said nothing. I just stood there, shaking my head and crying with her. She covered up again and held on to me, and we wept together. I could feel her trembling in my arms, and I knew it was partially in fear of going back to sleep and being visited again by whatever ghoul I had set upon her. It's going to get better, I promised her with a whisper. After a minute, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to get out of there and throw up. I told Leslie I needed to get home. We hugged again, and as I walked around her bed back to the door, I snatched the flower pot off her windowsill and stuffed it in the pocket of my jacket. It was just small enough to fit and not make much of a noticeable bulge. I grabbed my backpack and sprinted out of the house without another word. I walked straight past my house, continuing on down the road to Hillside Cemetery, where I took the pot out of my pocket and dumped it out on Leslie's father's grave, where it belonged. No, I hadn't taken the dirt from the wrong spot. I knew that much. Something else was wrong. I realized then that I had no real understanding of the forces I had meddled with, and the only solution was to not toy with them again. Within a week, Leslie returned to school. As I had foreseen, with the removal of the graveyard dirt from her room, the nightmares ended, and the rash eventually went away. Unfortunately, it had gone on so long and progressed to such an extent that both her legs remained horribly scarred. She underwent numerous treatments to try to alleviate some of the worst of it, but she never fully recovered. Make no mistake, I paid for my crime. It came after a track meet several towns over, and 3 months later, the coach loaded us all up onto the bus, and I sat in the back, resting my head on the window to watch heavy clouds roll in, as if to guide us home. Rain started coming down, gentle and relaxing. It was so peaceful. The sound of numerous conversations around me seemed to fade away, and all I heard was the rain on the window. The bus rolled to a stop. I closed my eyes, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, but when I felt the bus stop, I looked up, wondering what was going on. To my surprise, everyone else was gone. Every seat was empty. The bus was dead silent, except for the intensifying sound of the precipitation outside. The rain was coming down harder with each passing second. It started pounding at the roof like a barrage of fists. "Hello?" Nobody was going to answer me. Outside, everything seemed to be awash in a thick gray wall of rain. It came down so heavily, I couldn't see more than a few feet away. It was as if the world itself had vanished along with the coach and all my teammates. I didn't know what to do. It didn't make any sense to me. Where could they have gone? I sat there, feeling my manic grow as my heartbeat quickened. It felt like I was breathing through a straw. The door at the front of the bus squeaked open all by itself, and from out of the shroud of rain outside stepped a man. He was tall, having to lean forward to keep from dragging his head along the roof. Despite having just stepped out of the rain, he looked completely dry. His hair was pure white and meticulously combed, but so thin it barely concealed his scalp. He wore a black suit, black pants, a white shirt, and a black tie, all clean and proper. But his face, oh God, I'll never forget his face. His skin was paper-thin and yellowing, stretched over his skull like plastic. I couldn't even tell you what color his eyes were, because his pupils were so dilated that his irises looked completely black. 2 dark orbs set in the white backdrop of his face. His flesh was peeled back away from his gums, giving him a permanent sneer, and as I stared in escalating horror at him, he chattered his teeth at me like a wind-up toy. Slowly he stalked toward me down the aisle of the bus, grinning with malevolent purpose. His hands, equally see-through against tendon and bone, liver-spotted and covered with fine white hair, dragged along the tops of the seats. Each finger ended in flaking, chalk-white skin and a gritty, yellow nail. As he lumbered ever closer, 8 seats, 7 seats, he opened his mouth and ran a thick, dry tongue across his teeth. A hiss of sinister eagerness escaped like a swarm of flies from his throat. His eyes bulged in their sockets, staring directly into mine hypnotically. "I'm asleep," I whispered, feeling a wave of revulsion at his hideous form. As if in response, he shook his head and raised both arms toward me. We both knew that even if I was, it meant nothing. Even if this fiend was only in my head, it still had the potential to harm me. His long, spidery fingers reached out, seeking me, and I recoiled. They missed my face by millimeters, only managing to grab a lock of hair, but it was enough for him to pull with furious intensity, jerking my head toward him. In a panic, I snapped my head back to escape. He lurched into the seat at me, and in the same instant, I struck my head sharply against the window behind me with a screech. I awoke immediately, my head rebounding off the glass and sending whiplash pain through my neck. Everyone around me leapt to their feet, startled by my scream. Even as I tumbled to the floor, I felt only half awake, like the man in the black suit was right behind me, reaching for me with his gnarled fingers, and I continued to scream and make a scene, causing the bus driver to slam on the brakes, and everyone on the bus got thrown forward. It didn't matter to me that a few jokes were made at my expense after everything settled down. The whole scene seemed amusing to everyone who witnessed it, but I had more pressing concerns. I was lost in thought, trying to understand where the man had come from, how he had gotten to me. His presence still lingered in the air, the slight smell of rot that I couldn't clear out of my nostrils. My head throbbed in the back and stung in the front, where he had grabbed me by the hair. No, it couldn't be the same man. I never touched the dirt, and that was months ago. The only time I had come anywhere near was... I reached into my jacket pocket, the same jacket I had worn to Leslie's that day, the jacket I'd stuffed the pot of dirt in as I left. There, in the bottom of the pocket, I found the slightest pinch of dirt, just enough to hold between two fingers. Jesus, that was all it took. I turned both pockets inside out and brushed them clean, still trembling from the experience. Even then, I would never fall asleep wearing that jacket again. When I got home, I found that the lock of hair the man had snagged had gone shock white. Afraid that it would somehow spread, much like the rash, I cut it off. It still grows out white as snow, another scar to remind me of what happens when you play games with the dead. Who was that man, you may be wondering? I wish I had an answer for you. I've hunted and searched all the microfiche in the town library, every obituary from every recorded year, and there's nothing to explain who he is, or why his presence was mingled in the dirt from Leslie's father's grave. The best I can figure, he's someone that did something terrible, and the town, or more likely, a few angry citizens, dealt with him outside of the law. He was unceremoniously interred in a place no one would think to look. A plot at the cemetery that just happened to be purchased later for the remains of another. That's all I know, and it's enough for me. Some things are best left buried.
He turned away from the group and went quickly down the road and on into the woods. A voice called Bradley behind him, but he paid it no heed. He began to move faster and faster until he was almost running full tilt through the trees, the dark bulls clocking by on either side, malign in injurious shapes, among which he floundered in full flight. Gradually, he began to slow. He could feel something cold seeping through him like water through a rockery, and was suddenly aware that what he could see of his surroundings he did not recognize. The trees loomed enormously and closed him in, the spaces between them grown thick with tangled shrubs and thorn bushes, intricate coils of bramble against which dead leaves and other refuse had been blown by the winds, and they are impaled. He slowed to a walk and then sat down on the trunk of a rather deformed tree that had fallen like some colossal android whose circuitry had shorted. His hands trembled, and every breath raked white-hot coals through his lungs. He sat there for a minute or three, alert for any sound of voices in the cold autumn air, footsteps, laughter, old dry sticks crunching underfoot. Nothing. No noise at all, save his own breath and his pounding blood, and a bird calling from some dim and bowered solitude, thin and fading, forever lost. At length, and with his breath still roaring like a furnace in his chest, he stood and looked around, cradled as he was in a grail of quietude and gathering dusk. Bare branches, bitter trees, damp and spongy earth lacquered with mulchy leaves and snaked with knobby, slug-white roots reared out of the miry black ground like alien tendrils testing for life. To the west lay a slope where his own harried passage had crashed through brush and bracken, and beyond this he could see sourceless and spectral the faint tow-colored light of the sun. And here, he blinked, squinted hard into the wan unraveling of light with a feeling nigh to unease. Through the tangled latticework of tree branches engraved upon the sky, he could make out the dark angle of a steep roofline intersecting the horizon. As he looked, some small bird that was to his eye somehow ill-shapen tumbled over the roof, fluttered, and returned. Then another, then more. Hundreds of them, darting and checking across the watered sky. The rising apprehension in the pit of his stomach tightened like someone doing a knot. Without really knowing why, he set off towards the building. It just seemed to draw him the way a magnet draws iron. He began a careful ascent of the gently rising slope, picking his way among hornbeam and yew, the straw-colored light of sunset burning its way towards him. As he drew nearer to the building, his brain finally caught up with the noise he'd been hearing, but had not entirely registered. A constant, reedy squeaking, incessant, pervasive, as of the numberless cries of some tremendous nest of mice. He paused uncertainly against the vine-encrusted trunk of a black and mournful cedar and glanced over his shoulder, as if perhaps he might turn back. The clearing from which he'd climbed lay silent and still. A barren gallery told in blue-black shades of lengthening shadow that he couldn't help but feel had been just quit by another. Some medieval ghost, with eyes to the ground, hobbling with hymnal and cowl. He pushed the thought aside and turned and walked on. When he came over the crest of the slope, he understood. Not birds, after all. A few meters in front of him stood a new-looking metal sign that read, "Bat House," in black letters on a yellow field. Below this, in slightly smaller letters, "Do not enter without a bat license. All bats and their roosts are protected by law." Bradley lifted his eyes from the words on the sign to the house where it stood before him. It was laurel-colored weatherboard, with a sharply gabled bitumen roof fitted tightly to the fascia boards. A dark monolith, elevated by a quartet of stilts so that it resembled some strange angular bog raised up on tiptoe. A constant stream of bats darted to and fro from the bottom of the building and out of the tops of the trees like rough shapes of ash scattered by the luminous wind of sunset. He walked slowly towards the bat house as if all the years of his young life had been honed down to this single moment, to the cries of bats washing over him out of the darkling trees, primal and myth-laden, urging him on into the deepening shadows taking hold of the land. These red-eyed basilisks cast in miniature, scions of Camazots, with the doomed princess Leotongi, their shrill choral seeping through the cracks of a darker world where light itself is at a premium, and those who dwell there have neither love nor affinity for it. There was a ladder beneath the building, rising dizzily to where a small hatch was set into the floor for access. He drifted to a halt just at the edge of the cool blue penumbra of the building's shadow proper. He stood, watching up at the ladder, at the dark, leathery shapes of bats dropping plumb and sheer from a sunless, slatted underregion of seething wings and blackness. A blackness studded with brightly pupiled rubies, myriad blood-red eyes that glowed like coals in a grate. A panoply of otherworldly creatures to this sad corporeal medium forever bound. Beasts with no other origin, save for the dark itself, to which they are clan and kin. He woke that night from a dream of wings to a memory of the day that had gone before, of Lucas and the other boys. "Hey, Four Eyes, where you going?" Then George grabbing him by the shoulder and pushing him down the crowded corridor towards the toilets, while the rest of the boys slouched along behind. The other kids glancing away, studying their bags and their hands as intently as if they'd never seen them before, and those few who dared meet his eyes looking at him like a piece of unexploded ordnance, a bomb that is about to go off. He pushed back the covers and climbed out of bed, groped for his glasses and put them on, and went barefoot across the carpet to the window, pulling back the curtains to decode the star-stitched tapestry of night through fogged and bleary glass. His bedroom window faced the back of the house and looked out upon the neighboring gardens. He wiped a swath of condensation clear with his palm and caught a glimpse of a deep orange moon with bearing branches clawing at its face, like sorcerers casting spells to drag it closer to Earth. An infernal candle flaring above a black and silver nightscape of television aerials and chimney pots. A thing so huge he felt as though he could reach up and touch it. Far to the east, a pale band of stars shone and flared like spiracles through which the night itself had drawn a covert breath. The gardens with their lawns and sheds were all shadow and moonlight, and where ponds and bird baths stood, they quaked in the moon's ochreous crucible, like softly stirring vats of quicksilver. He turned away. The light through the window was just enough to lighten the walls and summon a few familiar shapes from the otherwise murk of the bedroom. Wardrobe, television, the long white boxes stacked against the far wall. Boxes full of comic books and paperbacks and old hand-down penny dreadfuls with yellowed pages, as cracked and brittle as the memories of those who'd handed them down. An assemblage of fiction from which he could conjure up a world of the weird and fantastical to his order. He crossed to the boxes and retrieved a dog-eared paperback, the cover of which was embellished with some ghoul or gremlin scaling a crumbling stone wall, and opened it to a page at random. The pale watching moon, the horrible shadows, the grotesque trees, the titanic bats, the antique church. After a while, he returned to bed, but he could not sleep. He lay in the darkness, staring up at the ceiling with a ringing emptiness loud in his ears, and the moon's timorous radiance tiptoeing first across the carpet and then the bedclothes, winking off his upturned glasses where they lay on the bedside table. Pale and skeletal shapes slunk along the fringes of his consciousness, nightmare hounds trotting to and back, just beyond his vision, their gleaming white teeth shining in the cold blue light of an unknown astronomy. Eventually, he began to drift. Then, he awoke. He heard a bang on the window and came to. A heavy wing beat, as of some giant bird trapped in the room. Heart thudding at the base of his throat, he raised himself up on his elbows just in time to catch a glimpse of some dark and bat-shaped creature as it veered and fluttered away across a duly furbished disk of moon, like the shadow of a mote in a vacuous eye. or a lone animalcule seen on a slide. The next day, Bradley left school early by way of a spurious sick note scribed by a credulous nurse, grateful to whatever god or deity dealt his hand that, for once, his cards hadn't come straight from the bottom of the deck. As he passed along the back of the English block, he glanced into a classroom window and saw Lucas gazing abstractedly out, his eyes unused and vacant, like holes in a mask. Then, the eyes cut to Bradley in an instant of recognition, and he could see the pasty hatred rising up in their depths. A familiar of the coarse laughter, the blocked doors, the beatings he couldn't escape. Features encoded with no expression save for that of promised threat. Lucas mouthed some unheard imprecation and made to rise from his desk. Bradley hurried on. He arrived at the woods well before sunset, and with time enough to retrace yesterday's steps in the fuller light of that breezy autumn day. He left the road in the same spot, making his way slowly through the disrobed trees, a dank, serried gloom smelling of wet leaves, animal dens, the season's many rains. The sun was faint and foreign through the bowering canopy of branches. The way was at once unknown and vaguely familiar, like a landscape glimpsed in a dream. There were trees he recognized and trees he did not. A sunlit bank of coppery bracken, a gray squirrel vanishing up the trunk of a sycamore tree. He went on. Soon, the carpet of damp leaves thinned to a loamy mulch, and then he was ascending a slope grown thickly with brittle vegetation that broke at his passing, and it was hard going until he emerged at the summit to pick his way through a spinney of saplings and brush, where a brace of pigeons exploded out and fared away with harried wingbeat. Before 30 minutes passed, he came upon the bat house again, a dark and depthless woodcut jigsawed from the neutral gray of the sky. It looked somehow out of place among the naked trees, as if somewhere there had been some random graphical glitch, some curious aberrance in the source code of that place. He studied the building, an asylum for the damned or otherwise undone, wherein they might seek shelter from the earth and all its weathers, its ever-present fireball of a sun. House of Mother Church and her dark matrons, disciples to the coming dusk. But where in this occult and aberrant tableau does dwell the Christ, the Father God? And at what black hour of the night does the liturgy of the Eucharist begin? This time, there was nothing to hold him back. No seed of doubt to fester and flourish and drop its bitter fruits. It was about 3/4 of the way up the ladder when he heard the voice, soft and sibilant, to set his very bones on edge, to seize his heart with claws of clammy fear. "Hurry up, boy," liquid syllables hissed out, uncoiling down the back of his brain like Indian ink, dispersing in limpid water. A stain extinguished in encephalic depths, or perhaps to color them indelibly with some dark clarity. Numberless voices, intoning his name as one. He froze, the smooth metal rungs of the ladder suddenly slippery beneath his sweating palms. He glanced down at the much diminished ground below, and when his head began to violently reel at this sudden unspooling of distance, he forced himself to look up again at the hatch ahead, from which he had thought the voice had issued, although it had sounded as if it had been speaking in his head. He could hear a faint murmuring of squeaks, rustlings, a slow creak in the wooden boards directly above him, as of someone unseen adjusting their weight. Suddenly, he became very conscious of the ladder through his shoes, and the nothingness that yawned to engulf him should he but misplace a single step. to see the bat house yanked upwards, sucked away to where the light merged seamlessly with the vaulted heavens as he himself plummeted towards the surface of the earth. He squeezed his eyes shut tight and opened them again and began to essay a slow descent. He was just over halfway down when he glanced up and saw that the hatch was open. A dark, atavistic portal, but dimly defined against a darker plane of shadows. A wind with teeth in it swept down and tugged at his clothing with a long, hissing sound like rainfall, like someone whispering his name. Bradley. 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 By the time he'd reached the ground, the bats were beginning to defile down to the slats beneath the house, a fluttering black ribbon rapidly thickening to a stream. Thousands of squeaking fiends, pug-nosed and prick-eared with hot red eyes like shards chipped off rubies, calling first each to the other, and then calling to him, brother to brother. Their voices, much like those innumerable cries old King Papil must have heard prior to being eaten alive by mice. He stood for a while and watched the dusk unlock the truer form of night in fiery increments of burnt orange and cadmium yellow. And then, finally, with his breath pluming whitely in the cold air, he climbed back up the ladder and entered into the bat house. And when at length he came back down, the moon in her gauzy silver clothes was nigh to rise, and the bats were frenzied and seemed to feed on the light itself. And he knew what it was that he must do. Bradley pushed himself to his knees, head clouded by the force of the punch. Bright taste of blood in the back of his mouth like an old penny lodged beneath his tongue. It had begun to rain. The puddles on the ground were full of rings and leadened with the sky's splenetic reflection. His face felt strangely naked for the interminable moment in which he groped about in the mud for his glasses. An old pair. He'd worn them because the left lens of his other pair was cracked by a similar punch, a similar hand. He waited, breathing heavily with his glasses cupped protectively in one hand. Someone said, "Fucking loser," and someone else laughed raucously. He heard the faint, wet sucking sound of shoes and mud, footsteps crossing the field and gone. When he fumbled the glasses back onto his face, the gray and rain-bleared world swam back into focus. The empty football pitch with its dirty white goalposts forlorn and netless. To the east, a windswept tennis court, where rain fell slantwise in the wind like rain falling through the pale yellow cone of a street lamp at night. There was no other soul about, and neither bird nor beast in sight. At length he rose and started off towards the science block, and then stopped. He closed his eyes and lifted his face to the sky, letting the rain course down his cheeks. It felt cold, calming, a palliative to ease, if only briefly, the seething turmoil of his mind. He saw then in the vast estate of darkness that unfolded behind his eyes the vaster, more antique darkness of the bat house. An alien dark, and now a familiar one that encompassed the whole of his consciousness. A pale and lithesome thing, crabbing sideways on loose-joined hands and knees, swinging its head this way and that, and tasting the air with slitted nostrils. Injured, burned, hidden from the hateful sun, emerging from the utter blackness like some surreal, translucent fish, rising from pelagic depths. Its blind sockets hovered mere inches from where he crouched in a protective buttress of grayish-purple dusklight, falling through the lone window high in the western wall. In the glass cage of its chest, he could see the strange, flat book of its lungs, its darkly pulsing heart. Bradley. Bradley. Bradley! He opened his eyes. Mr. James, his science teacher, beckoned from a nearby doorway, expression bewildered behind black Woody Allen glasses. "What are you playing at?" he asked as Bradley trudged soddenly along beside him, bedraggled and mud-slathered and absolutely soaked, as if he were the sole grim survivor of some latter-day biblical flood engendered by God himself to cleanse this world that he had created, but that would no longer oblige his bidding. "Look at the state of you," Mr. James continued, shaking his head. "You're like a drowned rat. And what's happened to your glasses?" Bradley grinned, shook his head, and said nothing. No, not a rat. He scarce could tell where his being ended and that of the thing in the bat house began, nor did he any longer care. He guessed that the truth of the matter was darker yet, as such truths are wont to be. Neither did he know the name for a sudden encapture of darkness within his beating heart, but he nursed it nonetheless, kept its tenebrous flame like some tonsured friar of yore, attendant to the frail light of his votive lamp, making holy inquiry of whatever god or deity was willing to be inquired of. Morphons boundless in form and meant for other mediums than this. Things that watch, things that wait, things that prowl the nether dark where each and all must wander soon or late. He sat down at the back of the classroom and took off his coat and hung it on the back of his chair. Mr. James vanished into the corridor, then reappeared, wheeling an old overhead projector on a plastic trolley. Set it up, dim the lights. "You there, pull down the blinds at the back." See a time-lapse film of rusted walls ribbed with fast-spreading molds. Annular shapes, vibrant in color and aspect both. Blacker spores gnawing outwards like cigarette burns in a tawdry reel of film. A car-struck badger rotting by the roadside. Stiff, gray fur scalloped with serrate growths and pulpy white clusters of fungi sprouting incessantly among the lifeless folds of its flesh. Their industrious mutations festering in the lightless interstices, the thin and fluted regions that do exist between marrow and dust. Bradley stared at the furry growths spreading across the screen. The titanic bats, the antique church. Soon, he thought. Soon. It was 20 till 4 that afternoon when George and Lucas finally emerged onto the footpath ahead of him, laughing, smoking, stopping to spit at a big ginger tomcat that hissed loudly before promptly vanishing over a fence. The first rock, with its freight of pent-up anger, struck Lucas with such force that it spun him sideways and against a low brick wall. The second rock hit George dead center in the stomach as he turned to see, folding him up like something with hinges. Bradley let fall his armful of rocks and stood and waited for the pair to partially recover themselves. Then, just as Lucas's enraged eyes locked with his, he turned and set off at a dead run down the road and past the garage, half stumbling around a corner into the gridlocked crawl of after-school traffic and on towards the woods. He could hear car horns blaring behind him, and by the time he reached the first of the trees and ran on into them, They could hear enraged voices shouting threats and insults and elaborate invectives. What punishment lay ahead was going to be long-winded and extremely painful, the voices informed him. His facial features would be rearranged to the point of anonymity, his bloody testes severed with who knew what cruel implement. No sanctuary nor hiding place in this world or any other for such doomed souls as he. He moved quickly through the trees while the day waned, down leafy paths he'd come to know as well as the veins in his hand. The sky beyond the bare branches flushed red, then gold, and he could more sense than see the last of the light gathering in the west. The sun, by some sorcery or by some dark intercession, wrenched from its right course and so condemned to premature endarkenment. The woods were at once sepulchral and sacred, imbued with a grain and quality of light reminiscent of that which shines through stained glass saints on bright midwinter days. Now and then he paused to listen and to compass his pursuers, to hear their voices, to urge them on. After a few more minutes, he came out of the woods, looking covertly all about, and darted across the clearing to the bat house. Bats were tolling out of the dusk, and the dying sun was bleeding out all over a jagged tree line that looked as stark and dimensionless as something burned into wood. By now, Bradley was panting and lightheaded, his breath coming hard and fugitive, like some small, evasive animal he could barely grasp. But when he reached the base of the ladder, he did not pause, nor did he hesitate, but simply began to climb. Lucas stumbled out of the trees with George floundering on the slope behind him. His shoulder throbbed fiercely. His legs ached from running, but his anger was like metal heated blue-white by whatever internal forge shaped his passions, and he would not allow it any chance to cool. "Come on," he called, glancing back at George where he staggered upright over the crest of the slope like some rough prototype of Adam rising from the primordial slime. "We gotta get that Lucas had halted. There was a stunned and vaguely disoriented expression on his face. A building loomed above him, like the very negation of light itself. A dark shape, whose features he could not discern save for 4 slender legs, rising into the air, when the bulk of a house sat atop them at what he thought might be 60 or 70 feet high. He didn't know what it was. Some sort of lookout post, perhaps. Or maybe a house for birds or wildlife preservation. It seemed to him to have been constructed from obsidian, or some other smooth black stone that gleamed not in the last of the light, but drank it, as if all the world's disparate darks had here been given home and concrete form. All the preterite darks of epics gone, of mankind's storied past, the ancient dark of Mesopotamia, and the dark of rock-cut Ptolemaic tombs, the dark of Henge, the dark of Ziggurat, the dark of Barrow, Cairn, and Tumulus. "What's that?" At the sound of George's voice, the fugue released him, and he shook his head, confused, brain-fogged with names and images he neither knew nor recognized. The lizard in him hissed a warning. Then the ape resumed operation. I don't know," he said. "Look." A ragged trail trodden through the damp carpet of leaves. They followed it to the base of the ladder, and then stopped and looked at each other and craned their necks to peer up at the underside of the building. There was silence, and then the silence was broken by a long, drawn-out creak. Something pale flashed briefly, then subsided into the shadow like the back of a fish surfacing in a murky pond, or a bloodless visage composed behind darkened glass. Was that? Yeah, had to be. Oh, shit. We gotta get that fucker. I know. Right. Let's go. George nodded and glanced at the ladder with caged nervousness. By now, the ape was banging its drums in brute anticipation. Oh, for fuck's sake, said Lucas, pushing George aside. Just get out of the way. The further he climbed, the smaller the trees below became, like plastic trees disposed upon a train table, a model landscape beheld from above. His hands ached and his shoulders did too, but he was more worried about his feet, for his shoe soles were very wet and worn so smooth as to have little grip. He decided that if he did fall, he would grab onto George. At least that way he wouldn't go alone. He glanced down to check on the other boy's progress and was seized with a sudden loathing, a maniacal urge to lash out with his foot and send him plummeting to the distant world below. He'd hide the body in some slimy bed of leaves or in a wild copse where the branches bowered blackly even in the blazing days of summer. Hidden glades known only to Sonanos and Pan, and to the most ancillary disciples of those sprawling woods. When Lucas neared the top of the ladder, he paused. There was a narrow hatch, and the hatch hung open, and something emerged from within. Oh, fuck. He almost raised a hand to slap the bat away, but fought back the urge and turned his head to one side with the ladder rung locked in his fingers, watching the dark, furry shape fold its wings and dive and veer away on some esoteric isobar of its own devising. Jesus, was that a bat? George called from beneath, a subtle edge of panic to his voice. Lucas ignored him. He was almost at the hatch now, hauling himself up into its Stygian depths. Where the fuck are you? He screamed, shattering a horde of silence as dense as water, and so violating the careful ceremonies of stillness and shadow, the solemn rites enacted in that cloistral dark. And what malevolent intelligences left aghast and speechless at the willful desecration? What blighted gods and demiurges? Things of which the histories of man have heard but whispered rumor. Things unknowable and rarely beheld, for what witness could survive such a witnessing without being himself sublimated to the yawning abyss therein? He waited. The darkness breathed and fluttered. The darkness inlaid with fang and wing. His eyes couldn't see anything but the ruby fire glints of myriad other eyes. Get out of here, he said shrilly, his voice tending away into the utter blackness, like an echo relayed down Spalaean depths. There was a flash of movement in his periphery. A shape reared briefly out of the dark, then vanished back into the deeper gloom. It was pale and naked, and its achromatic skin oddly luminous like something cellophane wrapped, or the gossamer flesh of a jellyfish, inexplicably fashioned into a vaguely human likeness by some demented cosmetic surgeon. There he is, said George, striding past him. Over there. No, wait! But George was gone. Lucas stood for a moment, deciding whether or not to follow him, whether to stay or to flee. And then someone screamed. A harsh, terror-stricken sound that bristled every hair on his body and was snatched away to silence as suddenly as it had begun. This was followed by other noises, a sharp crack and a thick, fleshy ripping, like someone tearing a leg off a chicken. The air flushed with the harsh red tang of iron, and something hit the floor with a loud, meaty thud and came bumping through the dark towards him. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. He stumbled backwards and nearly stepped straight through the open hatch. He felt sick. A chasm of unreckonable depth had opened up inside of him. He looked first at the hatch and the yawning void below, and then at the wall of darkness coagulating about him and the head severed at the neck, which had come rolling out of it. His gorge rose warm and acidic in the back of his throat, and in that long, elastic interval of dread he thought he might have seen death come up in George's eyes, like a face at a window at night, or perhaps his soul sucked out of them in ectoplastic volution. But what he saw was nothing at all. Nothing save the bottomless black maw of nothingness itself. As he stared with equal portions horror and fascination, the pale shape crept forward on all fours to the very edge of the light, dark blood slathering its foul, translucent flesh. It lifted its head and pressed its face into his, and then the light vanished, and the bats went berserk. Beyond the walls of the bat house, the sanguineous light of the dying sun burned cool and red. Bradley climbed down the ladder and walked across the clearing towards the black autumn trees where they stood in an ossified freeze against the moon-silvered depths of night. A huge, bone-colored disk of moon was just clearing the horizon above the tree line and looked for all the world like a dismal oculus to some midnight realm beyond. And when he paused at the edge of the trees with the light shining on and through him, he turned to look back and saw the bat house stamped in dimensionless silhouette against the star-blown heavens. Secret, heraldic, dark as anything that ever was. Its baleful incumbents frenzied and riotous in the wake of the night-killed sun.
A tall, well-built man stood in a lavishly decorated Victorian-style living room, staring into a full-length mirror with an ornate golden frame. There was nothing reflected, no image in the glass looking back at him, nothing but the shimmer that the overhead light cast upon the pane. "It might as well be a window," he said, his voice laced with frustration. "It shows me nothing but clear, empty glass. It is an entirely useless piece of furniture, trash that hangs upon our wall. What is the purpose? It's not even so much a decoration. It should shatter into so many pieces. I should take it outside and throw it directly into the dumpster with the rest of society's useless garbage. Every time I lay eyes on it, the sight of it angers me. It taunts me. A cruel trick to play on myself. And for what?" Nearby, a thick-bodied, voluptuous woman with an enormous wave of blonde hair and two big golden hoop earrings rolled her eyes. "Why does this suddenly matter so much to you, Samuel?" she said through red-painted lips. "None of us have reflections. That's just how it goes. And a window would show through to what's on the other side. That's a dumb comparison. You can't see through the mirror. You would think maybe lacking a reflection would tame your ego and lessen your vanity to a degree, but it seems not. Samuel rubbed at his face with his hands, feeling the features, tracing the point of his nose with his fingertips, that sharpness of his cheekbones. He was like the blind, trying to discern the features of a face by touch alone. This is not about vanity, you irritating cow. This is about life, about purpose, the reason for being, existence, everything. It matters, Luann, because I can't see myself. Who am I then, really? I don't even know what I look like. Am I just supposed to take your word for it? How can I be vain without an identity? The eyes are the windows to the soul, and I can't see my own, Luann. I'm blind to my own self. If you took a minute to actually think about things, you would realize that you are in the same boat, and it would be equally disturbing, but you are too simple for that. Luann glared at him. Her own anger contorted her delicate features, making them seem harder. It brought out the edges in her rounded face. Simple? Because I choose not to focus on things I cannot change? Because I don't want to sit around like you and wallow about the things that have always been this way? You ask what the point is, Samuel. What is the point of that? It's entirely ridiculous, and you keep attacking me just because you're frustrated and upset, and I don't have to accept that from you. Samuel sighed. He lifted his arms and then let them fall limply to his sides like broken wings. You're right. It's not your fault. I just don't understand how you can take this so lightly, how you can be so unbothered. I want to know who I am. I want to know where my blemishes are, see the minute details of my face. Do I have crow's feet next to my eyes? Is there a birthmark somewhere? A mole or a freckle? Maybe even a scar? I've definitely had plenty of opportunities to earn some. Maybe I'm completely covered, Luann. Maybe I am just a mass of scar tissue. Perhaps my appearance is something truly monstrous. Luann closed the distance and put a supportive hand on his arm, her fingertips tracing lines over the firmness of his bicep. You look gorgeous, lover. You look just as you did 100 years ago. There are no scars or blemishes. You are flawless skin and high cheekbones. Let it rest, please. Samuel sighed and pulled away from her. And I have to simply trust your word because I can't see for myself. I could be hideous, and you could be lying right now, and I would never know. How could I know? What kind of life is it where I have to trust you more than my own self? How is that a life worth living, Luann? Can you really not see the problem with this? You don't know what you look like either. Look at the mirror. I'm serious. Do it. Go on. Look at it. Tell me what you see when you look at it. What do you see, Luann? Nothing. You see nothing because you're just like me. You see glass just as I do, window or no window. How does that sit so well with you? Look at it. Think about it, and then answer me honestly. Don't shut me out. Don't ignore the truth. You want me to stop? Indulge me for a moment. Look at it and tell me. Luann huffed and threw her arms up. She stomped over and stood before the long wall mirror. She stared for a moment, then said, Yes, I don't see anything. I also don't need to see anything because I've never seen anything and I've grown accustomed to that. That is who I am. I am being honest with you. I am always honest with you. There has never been a day when I haven't been honest with you. I have absolutely no reason to lie. It doesn't send me into crisis looking at a mirror, Samuel. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Because it just is, I guess. It just is, and I'm okay with that because it's reality. Because I accept things how they are. The things I cannot change. Because it will only drive me insane not to, and you are the living proof of that. Now, the only thing driving me insane is you. But I'm not living, Luann. Even if I were alive, I wouldn't be living, not without an identity and a sense of self. What kind of life is that? No, I'm merely existing, Luann. Simply existing. Nothing more. I might as well be a ghost. Luann growled. She turned away from the reflectionless mirror to face him. What is the point of all this fussing? Dwelling on things like this does nothing but hurt you. Hurt us both. What good could possibly come of this? What do you hope to gain by thinking about things like this all the time? You dwell on it and you incessantly talk about it, and it is causing both of us grief. Maybe you should go back to therapy, Samuel. I think maybe a professional will be better equipped to see you through this than I am. We just talk in circles. It isn't helping anyone. Samuel groaned with disgust and moved around her to once again stare back at the mirror. I want to know who I actually am, not who you say I am. How can I know who I am inside if I don't know who I am on the outside? They coincide, don't they? Can you have one without the other? Not truly. It's not real. None of it is real. I have no sense of self at all. I'm a walking illusion and the brunt of my own trick, a sad, sorry magician. I'm a picture without an image, an empty canvas, a television with no power. I am an enigma. I am my own greatest puzzle, Luann, and I haven't the faintest idea how to solve it. Luann cussed under her breath. She whirled to face him. She was trembling with her growing rage now. I'll tell you who you are, she said angrily. You're an overdramatic, self-important baby. You're a whiny little brat that is so self-involved that you can't even live your life if you can't stare at your own damned face. It's sickening. You know, humans are the same way, and that's what drives them to so many terrible decisions. They have ridiculous beauty standards and torture themselves for them. Maybe if no one had reflections, people would care more about the things in life that contain actual value, like companionship and love, compassion and empathy. Maybe then this pitiful world would be a better place. You dare to talk to me about compassion and empathy? Samuel bellowed in return. Where is my compassion? Where is my empathy? Are you nothing more than a hypocrite? Self-important. You call me self-important? I don't even have a self, he yelled as she stormed out of the room and slammed the door behind her. How can I be self-important without a self? Sighing, Samuel sat down in a nearby chair. It was a red velvet smoking chair acquired from a lounge where Luann used to sing a long time ago, a time when he had more vitality and they both had more hunger. The lounge provided a means to satiate their appetites. So, are you going to lock yourself in the bedroom now? Is that today's game? He called to her. Are you a helpless abuse victim because your 300-year-old boyfriend is having an existential crisis? Why don't you call one of your girlfriends while you're in there and tell them how awful I am? I'm suffering, Luann. I'm suffering and you don't give a shit. You find my pain too much of a bother. Admit it. I mean nothing to you anymore. If anyone is awful here, it's you. Fine, she called back through the door from the other room. I'm awful and terrible. That's fine with me at this point. Just shut up. Please, I can't listen to any more of this. I tried to empathize. I tried to understand. I tried to be supportive. It got me nowhere. It never gets me anywhere. You are just impossible, so I give up. Just internalize it so I can get through the day with less of a headache. Samuel gave a humorless laugh. You toot your own horn more than you should, woman. You are horribly insensitive. I'm sorry that I can't get over this so quickly and be the man you wish me to be. If I could just blink and the pain would be gone, I would do that. Don't you think I would do that? But I can't. How am I supposed to get over this when it's always there? It never changes, never goes away. Like you said yourself just a minute ago, it just is. It always is. There is no remedy, no solution. It's an eternal emotional torment. It's torture. This is the true curse of being a vampire. It's horrible, Luann." There was a crash like she threw something against the wall in the other room. "Oh my God, Samuel. So is living with you. It literally is. It is an eternal fucking torment. It never ends. We're immortal and you just complain and cry and philosophize, and it's a vicious cycle that never changes and never ends. Can you please just give me a minute of goddamn quiet? I can't take this anymore. I really can't." "You can't take anymore? You can't?" "Yes." "Do you know I tried to stake myself the other day? I really did. You didn't know, though, because you don't ever see the pain I'm in. You don't see what I deal with on a regular basis because life is just so simple and fun to you. You can't see past the next party. You're not 23, Luann. You're an old woman, even if you don't look it. But maybe you do. Maybe everyone is lying to you. Maybe I'm lying to you. Maybe you're a shriveled old hag, but you just can't see it because there's nothing in the damned mirror." He panted his anger for a moment, leaning forward in the chair and gripping the arms with his thin white fingers topped with long black nails. "Well, that's fine, Luann. I'll be quiet and not speak about my feelings, and one day you can just find my corpse. That's just fine. I don't even care what you do with it. It would probably look disgusting, but how would I know truly, right? Throw it and the mirror in the dump with the human filth and waste. What do I care?" The bedroom door flew open and collided with the wall, stopping with a bang. "Stop it! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! Just shut up! I mean it! I can't listen to this day in and day out. Stop!" Luann ran back into the room angrily. She charged right at him, her overwhelming emotion making her shake like a volcano about to rupture. "Oh, so now you're going to hit me?" he said, looking up at her with doe eyes. "I suppose this is your idea of empathy and compassion. Maybe we have different definitions of those words. Which one of us is the selfish one, really? I think you really need to ask yourself, Luann. Sit and marinate in that for a bit. Reflect on this moment and try to see yourself clearly. That, after all, is the whole problem, isn't it?" "Are you being serious right now? You are such an infuriating person. It doesn't matter what you look like on the outside, Samuel, because your inside is ugly. It's downright repulsive. You're an awful person. I'm about to ghost you like your reflection, and then if you do get up the guts to kill yourself, it won't be me finding the body. Maybe no one will, and you will just stay right here and rot. And then your outside finally will truly match your inside." "Beautiful. Well, that's a lovely thing to say. Thank you. You're a true charmer." "And trying to guilt me with your suicide is better? Please. I'm over this. I'm over you. I just can't do it anymore. We tired of each other years ago, and you know it as well as I do. We aren't together because we care about each other, and you know it. So let's stop pretending. We were together all this time because we didn't want to be alone. That's it. That's the plain and simple truth of it. It was a life of convenience, a relationship built on the curse of the meaningless existence of immortality you so loathe." Samuel looked up at her, hope twinkling in his eye now. "So you admit it is meaningless, yet you don't believe the lack of meaning is tied to the lack of an image. It is just more proof that nothing is real. Everything we know of ourselves comes from someone else. It is all conjecture. Everything is subjective. How could being immortal be anything but a curse if you have no idea who you even are? If you have no purpose, nothing to live for?" "You're painfully redundant, Samuel. I don't care if that has to do with your reflection or not. I care about not listening to it anymore, period." Samuel watched her leave and jumped when she slammed the door. He continued talking to her as if she was still there. "Self-important. Ha! Self should be important. If you don't have yourself, you have nothing. It is something that humans are always concerned with. Why should I not be the same? We're supposed to be superior to them. We shouldn't be forbidden to do things that come naturally to lesser beings. Is it forbidden for our kind to search for the truth of our own identity? Maybe we never get to have a coming-of-age story because we never come of age. Have you thought about that? I doubt it because you don't bother to think about anything. You are so thick and so hollow. I suppose that makes you lucky. It is the people that are like you that succeed in this life, or whatever you choose to call it. The people who fail to look deeper into anything, who just coast on by without a care. Is that how our kind is supposed to be? Is that what was intended for me? Do I suffer simply because I am a deeper, more intricate person? People like us just go on endlessly. However, they were the moment they became eternal. It is exhausting, this tireless life. Can you find irony in that? I'm glad you're gone. Stay gone. I don't care. Samuel dragged himself to his feet. He shuffled to the bathroom in somnambulistic fashion and turned on the shower. Then he stripped down as the steam began to rise like smoke drifting from the clawfoot bathtub. Mindlessly, Samuel stepped into the hot water. He looked out at his arms, his legs, the parts of him that he was able to see, his belly and genitals. It felt like possession, taking someone else over and looking through their eyes. None of it felt like this. Samuel spoke out loud over the incessant patter of the beating water. Whose arms and legs are these really? They belong to me, I suppose, but who am I? I can look down at this chest, this stomach, this member that stopped being able to create life centuries ago. None of it means anything without a face. Without a face, it could belong to anyone, a robot even, a machine. He was crying now, his tears racing the rivulets of shower water down his pale flesh, falling from the face he couldn't see. The face is what makes it all belong, makes it real unique, its own. These are all just pieces of a generic phantom body that belongs to no one or anyone all the same. You can attach any face to it and it will suddenly change and become a person, a very specific person, but my view contains no face. I am a faceless entity walking through immortality without direction. We all are. That is our fate, our curse. We are granted forever, but not as people, as nothing. Later, when Samuel was dry and wrapped in his red velvet bathrobe, a cigarette hanging from a stranger's lips but making him cough nonetheless, he sat at his desk, eyes that to him were neither pretty or hideous, staring at the screen of his open Chromebook. You can search on the internet for anything. Luann can't help me, but someone can, and I can find them here. You can find anything you want on the computer these days, except for your own goddamned reflection in the blank screen. His fingers traced over the screen as it came to life and the wallpaper rose from the darkness in bright color. If only he could do the same. My photo file folder is empty because I can't take photos. Selfies are images of an empty room. There's nothing to show me to myself, no medium with which to see my true guise. I can photograph the room, the humans that pretend not to be afraid of me, the food on my plate, but never myself. Not even the hands and feet I can see in the shower. Pictures come out without me in them, and that's not supposed to bother me? My memories can't be preserved, my special moments held on to. Yet I get to see everyone else that was there, not others with me like Luann, but I get to see the frozen moment in time for all the strangers, the humans, the people that meant nothing and bring nothing to my life. I get to see them getting what I can never have. Samuel looked over at a bra draped across the bedpost behind him and he snarled. How can she live with that so easily? Something is wrong with her, not me. Then he looked back at the screen and his eyes lit up. His mouth fell open. He wondered what it all looked like. There was a profile on the screen that called to him, and now he would return the favor. Ah, you're perfect, he said to the person on his screen, staring back at him unknowingly. You have such elegant style. It's exquisite, real, beautiful, and tragic all the same. I believe I have found the one I am looking for. Now I'll just email you my address and list a job offer that you will be unable to refuse that is only available if you come right away. And send. That should do. Soon I will have solved this eternal crisis. You see that, Luann? I am not just content to be a victim. I got to work. I found a solution. What are you doing? You're probably out there getting drunk again, dancing with your food. Pathetic. It wasn't long before the knocking sounded at the door. His job offer answered. Samuel could feel the human on the other side of the door. He could hear the nervous thrumming of their heart. When Samuel answered the door, he made sure to make eye contact with the thin millennial adorning an even thinner goatee that stood before him complacently, his eyes glassy. "You're here because I love your art," Samuel said to him. The young man just stared back, his gaze blank and his body motionless, though the heart in his chest continued to pound. "You are going to use that art to be my personal mirror. You will provide me with the one thing that God's curse has stolen from me, a reflection. This is not negotiable. This is just the way. You will live here now and you will only paint, and paint what I tell you, nothing else. I will allow you breaks to eat and sleep and have sex if I'm in the mood, but you will only do so when I condone it, as they are only being afforded to you as a means of survival so that you may continue painting. Not if you understand." The young man made his first movement since his arrival, just the slight bob of his head. "Good," Samuel told him. "You belong to me now, mirror. Welcome home." Later that day, Samuel watched the glassy-eyed young man put his brush down and then push his seat back with a loud screech. Samuel smiled and suddenly wished he had for the painting the man had just done. He wondered what his smile looked like. Was it awkward? Did it fit his face? Were his teeth straight? Unconsciously, he reached up and touched them, running his fingertips over the ivory. Samuel stood with a stretch, his robe hanging open and his nakedness showing. There was no reason to hide himself from his current company. Humans wouldn't hide from their own mirror, would they? There would be irony if they did, taking for granted the gift that had been afforded them. "You have done as you were told without question or complaint. You have done well," Samuel said to the painter, who sat up straight 3 feet behind his easel, his hands on his lap and his brown eyes staring blankly forward. "You may rest for a moment. Now that you have finished your first canvas, I want to look at it, to take it in, to see what the photos erase." Samuel walked over and looked at the painting standing idly by on the wooden easel. "You did a wonderful job, mirror. There is so much detail. I made the right choice when I selected you for this position. I feel quite pleased, my young painter. Quite pleased indeed. Go, eat or sleep or wash yourself. I don't care what you do as long as you don't leave. You are forbidden to leave, and if you try to, I will hang you on the wall where the other mirror currently resides." The painter stood, his arms falling from his lap to hang limply at his sides. He walked into the bedroom where he climbed onto the bed and laid there flat on his back, empty eyes staring at the ceiling. Samuel growled at the furious beating of the man's heart that thrummed in his ears and screamed to his blood. He wished the organ would settle down. Why was it so stubborn and unwilling to comply like the rest of the fellow was? It made it hard for Samuel to concentrate and appreciate the art he held in his hands. Maybe if he bled the man just a little, it wouldn't be quite so loud. Samuel set the painting down gently on the nearby love seat, and then he walked with purposeful strides into the bedroom. The young man on the bed did not turn to look at him. He kept those woeful brown eyes on the diamond chandelier hanging above. His heart was like a war drum now, pounding and thrashing like tidal waves at a beachfront. Samuel snarled. He snatched the young painter's arm up and gnashed his teeth into the wrist. Immediately, hot blood flowed into his mouth, over his tongue, and the sensation of it sent tremors running through him. He moaned with delight, but then ripped the arm away from himself and threw it down onto the golden-trimmed white down comforter. He couldn't allow himself to get carried away and lose his mirror now that he finally had one. Samuel took a deep breath and sighed contentedly now that the mirror's heartbeat was weaker, calmer. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, turned on his heel, and marched back into the living room, where he immediately picked up the canvas and took its place on the love seat. "This is me," Samuel said. "My nose is so pointy, but my eyes are such a wonderful shade of blue. I can see the details, the flaws and blemishes. I do, in fact, have a small mole on my right cheekbone, it seems." He couldn't help but laugh. "I had no idea it was there until this very moment. This is exciting. I feel more whole already. I am thankful to you and your talent, my beautiful mirror. Luann was right, you know. I really am quite handsome." "Yes, you are." The voice came from the man laying atop Samuel's bed, despite his eyes being glued to the sparkling fixture dangling from the cathedral-style ceiling and his body remaining as motionless as a corpse. "I'm not smiling in this painting, though," Samuel called back to him. "It's not your fault, though. I haven't smiled in years, not until today. That's exactly why I needed you so much. It is the reason you are here, to help me rediscover a reason to smile. I have found the answer to my pain, my eternal struggle and internal damnation, and that answer is you. I can smile for the next painting, and it won't be quite so forced. I will do my best to hold a smile and still keep it genuine for you. Paint me looking content. Your break is over, mirror." "Okay." At once the painter rose like the movie portrayal of a vampire awakening from coffin sleep. He sat straight up, then he swung himself sideways, his legs going over the edge of the big bed. "Wait, I'm going to change my outfit. Let us have some variety. This is art, after all." "Okay," the young man answered in a trance-like way. He sat there on the side of the bed, his hands folded in his lap and staring blankly forward, where he waited for further instructions. Several days later, Samuel paced the living room. It was a far different room than the one that Luann had exited and the painter had entered. All the old art was gone. The useless wall-length mirror was gone. Everything was covered in paintings and drawings, charcoals and pencils. Sketches of Samuel's face in a multitude of expressions and outfits stared back at him from every wall. The bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen were no different. Samuel stopped his pacing and stood before the pallid young man known only as Mirror for months now, who sat on the couch as per usual, his hands in his lap, his deep-sunken brown eyes staring aimlessly out over gaunt cheeks. Samuel had been forced to bleed him little by little over time in order to contain the impulse to devour the boy completely. It was the only way to quiet his terrified, thrashing heart. At this rate, even with food and sleep, the mirror was going to break and Samuel would be cast back to stage 1. "When you first came here, it was very exciting to me. It was the missing piece to my puzzle, until it wasn't," Samuel said to the painter seated before him. "Now, this apartment is full of paintings done in different mediums and even pencil drawings of me, in all of my various outfits and every different hairstyle I could conceive. Now that I could see it, I wanted to try them all, to know which actually worked best with the shape of my face, something I was never able to experiment with before. It was great fun and a truly rewarding experience." "Wonderful, Master. I am glad you are happy." "I'm not finished." Samuel trembled with anger, squeezed his hands into fists, his elongated nails biting into his own palms and drawing blood that dripped rhythmically onto the floor at his feet. "My apologies. I misunderstood." "Ugh. Sometimes glamoured people are just so boring," Samuel said with a wistful sigh. "They are definitely not ones to converse with, but you're all that I've got now that the insufferable Luann walked out on me. Not that it was the first time she walked out. We've been together for over a century. Believe me, she has walked out on me plenty. She has just never stayed gone quite this long, which I suppose is good for you. Luann was never much for willpower. She wouldn't have cared for you as I have. She wouldn't have understood the importance of you. No, she would have seen you as another plaything, a toy, and nothing more. There is nothing deep to that woman, I tell you. If she had come home while you were here, she would have taken your life in glorious and brutal fashion, and truthfully, I would have been saddened by that. Are you not even grateful? You stare at me so blankly. You are alive because I allow you to live. In that sense, I am like your god that so many of you humans blindly worship. I give you life, and in exchange you follow me and do as I command. It's quite beautiful, really. When Mirror said nothing and continued to stare blankly forward, his weak heart beating quietly in the background, Samuel roared, "Answer me when I speak to you!" "I am listening, waiting for you to tell me when you are finished, Master. I don't want to interrupt again. Interrupting makes you angry." Samuel laughed. He recalled the other day when the mirror spoke out of turn. Samuel had given him quite the thrashing. He made sure to leave the mirror of flesh's eyes and hands intact so he could maintain his purpose and not become as useless as the mirror of glass. But the painter was left huddled in a heap of contusions blotting his thin flesh, broken ribs jutting through his elastic skin. Samuel had smiled when he looked down upon the unmoving human who continued to stare endlessly forward because tears glistened in the corners of his wide-open eyes and fell in slow streams down his beaten face. He didn't utter a sound, though, not a single one. Those 2 tears, one from each eye, were the only sign of his true emotion, the pain Samuel had caused him, and the Immortal found it entirely satisfying. "You're right, Mirror. I had digressed. I was originally talking about you and your purpose. I should not have even thought about that horrible Luann, never mind brought her into the conversation. Jesus, look at you, Mirror. You don't have to respond to react. You don't even change your facial expression. It's really terribly pathetic. Awful. Simply awful. Sometimes I think you are less alive than the glass mirror I disposed of. That's a sad concept, isn't it?" "I'm sorry." Mirror spoke without ever moving or changing expression, even still. "Forget it. I'm getting sidetracked again. It seems I'm just emotional today," Samuel told him. "But that brings me back to my point, Mirror. I've changed my appearance again and again and had your eyes and hands create my reflection each and every time. Your skill never wavered. That is for certain. Yet it still becomes less and less fulfilling. The answer to my problem became less and less the answer to my problem. Now I feel as empty, sad, and plagued as I had when I first hired you, and that is troublesome, dear Mirror." "I'm sorry," the motionless, expressionless Mirror said again, though the single tears appeared at the corners of his sunken brown eyes once more. "Well, I mean, the art helped. It definitely did. I was completely lost before you answered that email and showed up at my door. Your paintings and such told me what I looked like. It masterfully did what the mirror never was able to, and it put a face to the body I saw each day in the shower. I became a person finally, a reality, something more than an idea with a voice, something more than simply floating appendages that did what I willed them to do, no different than you do now. There is nothing alive about you. There was nothing aliver about me before you." "I'm sorry." "I'm trying to say something. Will you please let me finish? You said you didn't want to interrupt. Please don't make me beat you again." "Yes, Master." Samuel took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Your art showed me what Luann saw every day she was here, what her eyes took in when she was with me, but even still, it nagged at me that none of it told me who I really was. Do you know what I mean?" Silence. Samuel smiled. "Good, don't actually answer that. It's rhetorical. It's just that even the most skillfully detailed, fabulous paintings, which yours definitely are, Mirror, are in the end still just paintings. The eyes on the canvases are beautiful and brightly colored, but they are also empty and flat. And then I think, that isn't me. That's Luann. That's how we got here in the first place, because I am deep and sensitive, and I think. I, unlike her, feel things, you know? I may not have ever seen my reflection mirror, but I knew that much about myself. I always knew that much. Yet, in your art, it isn't there. I mean, I suppose I look thoughtful in some pieces, but it still doesn't resonate. I cannot see my soul reflected on even the most beautiful matte canvas. I have been trying, but it is as impossible as finding myself in the mirror. I need more. I need to understand the person behind those eyes that you have so skillfully painted. I need to see and to know the truth of who he is, who I am. I want to know the man, what he's actually like on the inside. Do you understand? Answer this time. Yes? Okay, good. I'm going to ask you to try something new, to do something a little different with your brush this time. Hear me out. Well, I suppose you have no choice, really. You are forced to listen and to comply whether you like it or not. That's our dynamic. Correct? Jesus, you are terrible at knowing when and when not to respond, Mirror. It is a miracle that I haven't killed you by now. I'm sorry, Master. Just hush. This is important. Listen to what I tell you because I need you to do it and do it correctly. Yes, Master. Sometimes you are as insufferable as Luann. Do not apologize. I will likely vomit if I hear your apology again. Moving on. I want you to create another piece, but not with the acute attention to detail you normally use. I want you to look deeper, to not replicate what is on the surface, but to actually recreate my soul, or at least an artistic representation of it. I want you to know. I need you to not simply look at me, but rather look in me, and then paint what is there. Show me what hides behind my exquisite blue eyes, what lies underneath my flawless white skin. Show me the truth of who I am, Mirror. Paint me. Okay. Show me how you really see me, Samuel said. Entertain me. Show me what even my reflection could not. I will. Good. You may just hold on to your emotionless existence a little longer. Not 2 hours later, Samuel stood and moved to look at the mirror's finished painting after the artist robotically put down his brush and loudly pushed his chair back away from the easel. Samuel took in the image on the canvas and he snarled, low and guttural. He turned to glare at the mirror, but the mirror in turn only stared blankly forward. What is this? Did you not hear what I asked you to do? What have you created here? I don't understand. You are still glamored. You should not have done this. You should have been forced to do as I commanded you, yet you failed somehow. You have created this terrible thing that sits before you. What is the meaning of this? Samuel asked, panic lacing in with the anger that spilled from him, the two emotions winding over each other like the fingers of two lovers' hands intertwining. I demand to know, Mirror. Tell me now. Is this some kind of sick joke? What have you done? Explain yourself. Explain yourself this instant. I command you to. Silence. The young man and his weakly beating heart just stared forward, eyes unseeing. I demand you explain this painting to me, Mirror. This picture is hideous. It is truly disgusting. It is all blues and mottled grays. This is not art. It is a bruise, and one that has not been tended to or cleaned. It is filthy and dark and sickening to view. The eyes, my eyes, are dark, sickening red like stale blood that is no longer safe to consume, and the mouth is full of sharp, jagged teeth like razors that barely fit next to each other. They overlap and jut out like they are biting for control. Thick, dark blood that spilled over like an overfilled wine glass runs down what should be my pristine ivory chin, but is more a thickening translucent, showing the veins and arteries that scrawl beneath like warring serpents. The blood is streaming down my neck and making me look a mess, uncouth, uncivilized. It is gluttonous and vile, tactless and repugnant. I am a man of class, Mirror. There is a black heart coated in thorny barbs, swirling in a twister-like cloud of darkness buried in my chest cavity. How could this possibly be what you see in me? I was expecting adoration. This is anything but. Explain, now. If you don't, I will kill you and be done with you forever. Speak. Yes, Master. Mirror said then, his head turned slowly to face his master, his brown eyes looking into Samuel's own. Those lone tears glistened as he spoke, though his voice remained as monotonous as always. It is a monster, Master. It is you. You are a monster. You bent my will, enslaved me, forced me to abandon my life and my family, my wife and children who remain at home without me to love and care for them, just for me to follow you around this horrible apartment, endlessly painting and living as your mirror. You forced me to leave my children fatherless in order to support your narcissistic vanity. This is your truth, who you are beneath the painting. You are filth, evil. You are darkness incarnate. See yourself clearly for the first time. Samuel roared with unbridled fury. He lashed out with lightning speed and slashed the man's throat with a single elongated fingernail. When the empty-eyed artist collapsed to the carpeted floor, Samuel shed his bathrobe and pounced nakedly upon him. He drank wildly of the blood pouring forth from his mirror's open throat. He slipped and rolled in it, spread it on his flesh, becoming the painter for a change. He used his long nails and pale fingers to run streaks over the dead man as the rest of his life source, his truest paint, worked on its own to coat the carpet and the surrounding furniture in varying shades of crimson. Allow me to soak my fingers in this red substance and with hard strokes spray these lying walls and this useless goddamned mirror. It is to be the artist's final masterpiece, to become the paint that spoils and ruins so much previous work, that renders your art as useless and worthless as you are. It is a fitting way to explain what bringing you here was like, to capture the boiling blood within my veins and the betrayal in my heart. Samuel, naked and coated in streaks of red, bounded to his feet. He scooped handfuls of blood from the unseeing mirror's empty throat, and he hurried through the apartment, slashing streaks over each and every canvas, each piece of paper, each pointless piece of terrible, useless art. He went back for more blood, over and over, until his project was complete and everything had been painted by him and only him. When the deed was finished, so was the apartment, it seemed, but it meant nothing. None of it means anything. He panted as he sat in the remaining stickiness that pooled below his broken mirror and pleasured himself. I know that I can get new things, better things even. Money has never been an obstacle. I can compel anyone into doing what I require of them. I can glamour them just as I did you. They will simply give me whatever I desire, but none of them could give me what I've needed the most: purpose. They would fail me, just as you have, simply serving to satiate a temporary craving, subside hunger momentarily. At least your art had graced me with the gift of truth, even if it cost you your miserably insignificant life. It is, in fact, something for me to reflect upon in the coming days. So for that, mirror, I thank you. When Samuel was done with himself, he wiped his hand on the mirror's dead face and leaned over to kiss his forehead. The lack of reflection wasn't a curse. Samuel spoke when he realized. Maybe this is what Luann was trying to tell me, and she was deeper than I had credited her for. The lack of reflection is a defense against our own nature, a way to try to forget what we really are, which it seems the others, like Luann, have managed to do. I remember who I am now, though, don't I, Mirror? Now that your art has so kindly enlightened me and I repaid you in kind. I am an abomination, a murderer, a beast. I couldn't decipher who I was all this time, because I wasn't a who at all. I was a what? As you so aptly said, I am a monster. That is one hell of an epiphany, Mirror. Not an easy pill to swallow, so to say. I needed something to wash it down, and I chose you. I hope you understand. Samuel gave a humorless laugh. You were already dead to your wife and children anyway. Samuel crawled through the sticky filth of bodily fluids until he reached his bathrobe. He dug into the pocket and retrieved his phone, sticky with coagulating crimson, and he wiped it across the screen until he could see enough to call Luann, leaving red fingerprints on the already filthy screen. It's been an entire year, Luann said when she answered. What do you want, Samuel? You were right, he told her. I was just having a moment. Come home. Luann sighed. Finally. Let's move again, and we won't take the mirror with us this time. It's already gone, he told her. Samuel glanced over at the mirror's body huddled on the floor nearby. Good, she said. I'll be home in an hour. Pack your things. Samuel closed his eyes and sighed. They're just things, he said, before hanging up the phone and dropping it onto the blood-soaked carpet.
The Duke's Head by Hank Belbin. No one has ever gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. John 3:13. Chapter 1. Devon, England, October 1991. The Duke's Head pub had been derelict for 2 years now. Boarded up, condemned, but no one missed it. It had never been a place anyone wanted to visit. It was one of those buildings that should have been knocked down long ago, along with all the other relics of the 1700s. But it wasn't knocked down. And now, after its closure, there it sat, a dilapidated ancient mess of bricks, faded, leaking, and gray. Clumps of brown moss grew unhindered out of every hole in its structure. Rag water dripped down from holes in the roof. Years of neglect had crumpled it in on itself. The pub had never done well, even in the height of summer when tourists from all over the country flocked to the area for staycations. There it remained, just off the main road, alone, neglected, decaying into ruin, its only clientele now being drifters and junkies who squatted in its leaking skeleton to shoot up. The reason the pub had failed, among other things, was it was situated in a very awkward location. The building sat halfway down this long and lonely road that was seldom used by the local folk, instead only used as a quicker route down to Plymouth by visitors. There wasn't much else on this bolt of tarmac save for the pub. South was Black Dog, the nearest village. North was a vast and gloomy pine forest that stretched all the way up to no man's land and eventually a beach. And in between them laid the forlorn pub that had been forgotten about by everyone. Too far from the village, too inaccessible for walkers, too difficult to pull into. The only people who would be inclined to visit were people with cars, and the pub had only served drinks before it had closed down anyway, so that ruled out that niche clientele. It was just too isolated for anyone to bother visiting. The locals had all they needed in the village. Plenty of good watering holes there. The beach had fine seaside restaurants and bars for the tourists. No one had any need for the Duke's Head. As the years drew by, the pub had slowly faded into obscurity before finally nailing up its doors for good 2 years ago. Some things happened before it was boarded up. Evil things. And that was enough of a reason to close it down permanently and ensure no one crossed its threshold again. Some people, local folk mainly, would mutter that the place was cursed, built over a gateway to the umbral plains, built over an ancient effigy of some primordial entity. Superstitions and bad omens seemed to hover around the place like a dark cloud. They would all say that there was something off with the Duke's Head pub. No one could explain what exactly, only that there was a restless aura surrounding it. When one looked at its past, it was easy to see why they all thought that. In the days of old, there were rumors of witchcraft and Satanism. Goats from nearby farms went missing at regular intervals, and some mornings, after a full moon, the adjacent Dalch River would smell oddly copper-like and froth at its banks. In 1892, the establishment briefly shut its doors for unknown reasons, before reopening again to muted response in 1893. Since that reopening, there had been a permanent black cloud over the Duke's head. Every single previous owner had either committed suicide, gone psychotic, or bankrupt from trying to make the place work. The last owner, Mr. Michael Vincent, had gone mad in a fit of rage one night and chopped his family up before stuffing their parts down the drainage pipes. The next day, he was found in the basement with a hatchet buried in his head. His doing. The last thing he had done with his sorry life was slam that rusty blade into his skull. There was no note nor explanation, only a crumpled heap of overdue bills laying around his body in a semicircle, like fallen autumn leaves. In total, there had been 16 cases of murder at the Duke's Head pub. There were also 3 recorded suicides, 2 deaths of natural causes, 4 recorded disappearances, and 10 cases of animal mutilation, all of them within the last 100 years. The building had consumed 21 souls. 21 people died in there. None of that fazed Ian Halperin, however. He stood in front of the place proudly, hands on his hips, grinning to himself with a twinkle of triumph in his eyes. He'd just taken out a huge loan to buy the location. After weeks of back and forth with the banks, it was finally approved, and he had bought the spot to the tune of £100,000. The deed had been signed, and the place was his. An absolute steal. Ian smirked to himself as he marveled upon his project. He stood there in the cold gray air and just took it all in. The locals were not happy that it was being opened once more, but unfortunately for them, Ian had powerful friends in the local council and planning permission departments. Brown envelopes and backhanders put the building on life support, and now he was going to make the place work, nurse it back to health. £50,000 more in renovations and the pub would be nothing short of spectacular, the potential practically oozing out of the faded brick walls in front of him. He could see it all now, rising out of the ruddy ether of his imagination. A bespoke country pub that served only the finest British cuisine. A brass and marble bar. Gorgeous brown leather chairs. Cultural art on the walls. Maybe a Mona Lisa or a Rembrandt. The outdoor area paved in the finest Italian sandstone. An outdoor barbecue spot to boot. Even the toilets would be all decked out with porcelain and marble. It would be somewhere you would have to book 6 months in advance to even get a window table. Somewhere they would actively turn away people who have not dressed appropriately. He loved the idea of that. What class? What sophistication? The thought rolled around in the waves of his mind like a precious emerald and made his belly feel warm. Ian looked up at the long slate-tiled roof and smiled coyly to himself. A flock of ravens had perched themselves along the spine of the premises. They squawked and crowed at each other in the biting autumn wind. The Duke's Head pub was originally an old carriage house back in the 1800s. It served as a trading outpost between Plymouth and Tavistock. Back then, goods from the docks were carted up the dirt track, and the travelers would often stop over in the Duke's Head for rest. It was a big place, even with low-bearing ceilings. It had 6 bedrooms, 2 upstairs bathrooms, and a large smoking room, all on the first floor. The bar area on the ground floor had 3 fireplaces and enough tables to seat 100 people. The basement ran the length of the building and was only accessible from behind the bar. It served as the primary maintenance hub of the premises. Down there, it had a large wood burner complete with a back burner, hot water tank, cold water tanks, and a pantry that could stock enough food for 6 months. Down there was where Michael Vincent had fed his family down the pipes. Down there was where his body was found. Ian Halprin knew all about it. He didn't care. If anything, it was trivial to him. As the estate agent reluctantly showed him around, sweating, nervous, Ian wryly dismissed the building's gruesome history entirely. "Stupid idiot," Ian smirked as the agent quickly showed Ian the basement. "You'd have to be a bum to not make this work. You were just too weak to pull it off," he thought quietly to himself as he mocked the dead man. He put all of the events down to circumstance. Some must have been drunk, others were gypsies, most were too in over their heads to even see a way out. So they turned to the only recourse they had left: death. Ian had read all the headlines and knew the whole story. He just didn't care about any of it. There wasn't a square meter of England's green and pleasant land that hadn't suffered some form of bloodshed or death through the ages. William Blake's poem aside, Ian simply assumed he was better than the previous owners in every way. He always had a sense of superiority about him. He was often abrasive with people. He had come up the hard way and had swilled around with nasty people before, but he believed himself to be better than those he consorted with. He was different. Driven, calculating, horrible, but most of all, ruthless. He'd cut a lot of people out in his climb to the top, including his own flesh and blood. His brother had told him he was a man with delusions of grandeur. That was the last thing Jack said to him before Ian cut him out of the purchase too. He didn't recognize the dream that Ian had. He was a stupid drunk, just like their father. The difference between the two was Ian used his rough upbringing to compound his desire for success, while his brother used it as an explanation for his failures. Jack was weak, and Ian hated him for it. Ian was the younger of the two, yet still proved himself to be the more mature and capable. He knew he was right to cut Jack out. He would have been a liability anyway. No doubt, after the monthly stock takes, Ian would have found Jack down in the basement, sprawled next to an army of empty bottles, having drunk all the finest whiskey himself, drinking himself into an unresponsive stupor, just like their useless father. He was always the weaker of the two brothers, and that was why he cut him out. When the sale was agreed upon, sometime in September, Ian had called Jack in the evening and told him that he didn't require his finances anymore. Not that it was much of an offering anyway. Jack shouted, screamed even. He went into a violent diatribe and barked all sorts of obscenities at Ian. Ian simply smiled on the other end of the line. The bigger the bark, the smaller the bite, he thought callously. His brother's words meant nothing to him. Jack then pleaded to be a partner. He needed the security. But all those appeals of goodwill and sibling camaraderie fell on deaf ears. Ian didn't need Jack, didn't need his father, didn't need anyone to make his way. That phone call was the last time he had spoken to Jack. Later, after the estate agent had handed over the keys and left in a hurry, Ian sauntered around the perimeter of the pub alone before stepping outside the entrance again. His waxed Barber jacket and cashmere jumper kept him from feeling the worst of the weather. Ian admired the building. It made him feel nostalgic for a time that he was never a part of, but seemingly remembered, oddly. The front was made up of a dignified old gable with ancient oak beams for struts. So archaic, so strong. Despite its appearance, the condemned and dilapidated building was beautiful to him. Sure, it was run down, but he recognized the allure nonetheless. There was simply something enchanting about the building to him. How many souls had passed through its doors, he wondered. A little piece of history right here. And did those feet in ancient times... He began quoting Blake's poem to himself, but soon resigned himself to quiet reflection instead. He stood there and breathed in the fresh countryside air. All of it was beautiful. Sally, one of the newly hired waitresses, maneuvered up next to Ian as he looked upon the place. She was a cute little thing. Ian hired her because she was pretty. He knew customers liked pretty waitresses. She had long blonde hair and a sophisticated presence about her. Someone with distinction. That was exactly what he was trying to create with the place. Sophistication. Nice legs, too. Sally didn't say anything as she ushered up to him. She merely smiled in acknowledgement at what he was looking at. "This place is going to make a killing soon," Ian said confidently, more to himself than anything else. A sort of self-acknowledgement.
I think so.
Sally smiled.
I think finally you could be the person to make this place work.
Ian looked across at her. He liked that compliment. He respected her faith in him. She would receive a pay raise when the place began to take hold. Maybe she could even become head concierge. Perhaps he would get to fuck her when the place was making serious money. He could see it in his mind. A salacious encounter after hours. She would come into his office and announce that the bar is all cleaned down. He would acknowledge it. She would move closer to him, sit coyly on his desk. He would look up at her with ambivalence. No doubt she would thrust herself upon him and they would have sex right there on the office desk. He could see it all in the sparkle in her eyes.
Well, anyway, I'll see you tomorrow.
Sally grinned meekly. "Okay, Sally," Ian replied, making a point of emphasizing her name. "Thank you for all your hard work. I do appreciate it. I'm just so glad I hired you." He knew just what tone to use. The sincerity was unmistakable to her. She blushed and looked at the gravel.
Wow. Thank you. So I'll see you tomorrow then?
She said quietly as she walked away, a wry little smile crawling across her face as she looked back at him. Ian winked at her. It was almost hilarious to him how easily he could manipulate people. But, all the same, something about her response whispered to him quietly that it was all going to work out. He liked her. She instilled a certain sense of confidence in him whenever she was around. But beyond that, he just had a very good feeling about everything. He just knew it was all going to work. Chapter 2. 1 month later. The place was taking shape. Ian had been working 15-hour days since the day he had bought the spot, and for the first time in weeks, he recognized his work taking hold. He could see the fruition of his efforts and money. What was once a decrepit and hollow shell now gleamed like a lone jewel in the heart of a dark forest. A fresh breath of life filled the building. All of the veritable contractors of Devon had been collectively working on it. The roof had been redone with a fine clay tiling. The sullen and drab walls had been painted in a thick and luxurious beige masonry paint. The windowsills had been refitted with a superb midnight granite, all the way from India. In 1 month, Ian had made the condemned old building come back to life. He imagined it as metaphorically raising the Titanic once more. Ian had been there all day. It was well into the night when Sally came into his office again. She apologetically rapped on his door and then entered quietly. The door was open and anyone could clearly see that he was sat at his desk, yet she still felt the need to knock. "Hi, Sally," Ian said without looking up from the documents sprawled across his desk. He was writing something down in a ledger, scratching the cross-classic gold pen deep into the pages.
Mr. Halpern, sir?
She said, and Ian felt a hot rush of lust course through his loins when she said, "Sir." "Yep," he replied casually.
We finished for the day. All the stock's accounted for. Debbie has the count. The bar's looking good. All the kegs are loaded. And we should be on schedule to open by Friday.
"Brilliant. Is all the bespoke booze accounted for?"
Yes, sir.
She muttered, with her hands crossed in front of her. Ian grinned. "You don't have to call me sir," he said glibly, even though he liked it. "Just call me Ian, for Christ's sake," he chided.
Right.
Sally smirked. She stood there, tugged at her skirt, and rubbed her thighs shyly. Ian noticed. He looked up and smiled. Was tonight the night? It was always how he imagined it. He knew she wanted him. Every day for the past month he had felt her lusty eyes fall upon him. "Are you okay?" he asked. Sally looked away. There was something else in her eyes now. Was it reluctance? Ian waited, gently tapping his fingers on his ledger.
"Yeah, I'm fine. It's just..."
she said. "Go on." Sally squirmed to meet Ian's gaze. Then she looked down at the corner of the room and felt ill for doing so.
I don't know how to say this without sounding stupid, but...
"No, go on, honestly," Ian said as he smiled reassuringly.
It's just... I heard some weird noises coming from the basement today. It was when Callum was moving the barrels down to the stock. Kind of gargling noises. It sounded like voices.
"Okay," Ian replied with an air of dismissiveness.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been anything, but they sounded like they were talking to me.
Ian frowned and just stared at her. Sally slowly recoiled. "Talking to you," he said after a long pause.
Yeah? Like, they asked me about my mum, and you know she's sick, and these sounds, they asked if she was gonna live.
"It's an old building, old plumbing. It tends to goggle because it's so inadequate. It can sound like a lot of things, I guess. Don't worry, though. It's on my list of things to do. It's a glorified shed, you know. He chuckled, then stopped when Sally wasn't chuckling with him. He straightened and switched to a more serious tone. But we're getting there. It just needs rejigging is all.
Right.
Sally said, feeling unappeased.
It's just this sound. It sounded like my grandmother. And she's been dead for about 10 years now. I swear it was her voice. I remember her voice so clearly. When I heard it down there, I was like...
There was a heavy silence as Sally hesitated. Ian smoldered and just looked at her. Well, I don't know what to say to that, Sally. Sally sighed and looked at Ian.
I know. I know.
Are you saying that you don't want to work here anymore?
No. Honestly, I want to be here.
She said, a little too quickly. Yeah. Sally fidgeted and rolled her fingers around in her palms.
It's just... there's something off with the place, I think. I don't know how to explain it. It's like the shadows move when you're not looking.
Ian Halbrin exhaled slowly and looked away from her. What a disappointment. Up until that point, he had been incredibly attracted to her. He resigned himself to staring at the bookcase instead. It was all full of Shakespeare's plays and ancient Greek philosophers. He'd never read any of them, but he felt it made him look more intelligent and gave his office an air of authority. Jesus Christ, you and all the others, huh? Ian huffed. He leaned forward. They told me about his history, you know. It's just a fucking building, Sally. There's nothing spooky about it. I know a few people have done themselves in here, but that's the same for pretty much every hotel in the whole country. I implore you to find a single goddamn hotel that hasn't suffered at least one suicide. Honestly, it doesn't matter that a bunch of people checked out here. It's just 4 walls and a bloody roof. There's nothing malevolent about it, okay? There's no such thing as ghosts or specters or apparitions. This place is what it is. So please do not go down that road because I just do not believe it. Ian then leaned back into his camel skin swivel chair. Sally stood before him, quaking. She stopped just short of bursting out into tears. Her hands shook, and she felt cold and sweaty suddenly. Ian looked her up and down, and wondered if he could exploit her frailty and have sex with her now. Look, I'm sorry, Ian said calmly. His voice was soft and warm. I didn't mean to snap at you. It's just everything around me keeps telling me this place is cursed or something. And I want this pub to work so badly. I know it will work. I can see it now. But for it to work, I need all the sailors rowing in the same direction, you know? Now, I personally cannot see any evil here. But if you said you heard something, or you felt something, or you don't feel comfortable working here, then I will respect that and let you leave.
I know that,
Sally said, forcing a smile. Can I tell you a story? Ian asked.
Okay.
She said quietly. She wanted to grin at how gently he asked her. When I was a boy, me and my brother used to live near Epping Forest with our dad. My mother left when I was young. So, for the majority of my childhood, it was just us 3 in this rundown cottage. Grandparents' old house. And both my brother and my dad would do nothing but complain about how hard done by they were, and how cruel life can be. My dad was a religious man. Long story short, he would often beat us both while quoting from the Bible like a lunatic. He was also a superstitious man who had done some bad things in his time. Ex-con and all that. He felt as if God's judgment was coming for him for all the sins he'd committed. And do you know what he did about it? Nothing. drunk himself to death on cheap spirits, blamed everyone but himself for the state of his existence, and I watched the whole thing. It was pathetic. He would go on and on about how the voices of God were guiding him to make amends, yet he did nothing. I was different from him. I knew I would never live like him, and I would do anything to not follow in his footsteps. I left home and went to college, then university, and now I'm here. He would always listen to that doubting voice in his head telling him not to go anywhere, the self-destructive voice. He never did go anywhere, and he died in a gutter, Ian said, and realized he was narrating his own story a little too morbidly. What I'm saying is, he then said, switching tones to a more friendly one, ignore the voices. They only want to bring you down to their level. They will never help you. There's a lot of confusion and people seeking to deceive you, but if you just believe in yourself and stay strong, none of this can touch you. Don't listen to the voices. Listen to yourself, Ian said, and rounded off his speech with a measured silence for effect.
Okay.
Sally smiled sheepishly after a pause. Okay, Ian reaffirmed. You're doing a wonderful job, Sally, he said calmly. Then, after letting her ponder, looked back down to his papers. Sally nodded in agreement.
Sure. Thank you, Ian.
Ian looked up once more and smiled, but only with half his mouth.
Well, I better get moving. I'll see you tomorrow,
she said, and fluttered a shy wave in his direction. She moved too quickly for Ian to say anything else. She walked down the hall and down the narrow Victorian stairs, then out the back door. Ian stood up and listened to her leave. When she was gone, he plunged his hands into his pockets and sighed. He thought tonight was the night. Damn it, he muttered to himself. She had a nice ass as well. He thought he had her with that cute little story about his childhood. Recounting it made him feel annoyed, however. He hated the delusional narrative of all things spiritual. Ian didn't believe in anything supernatural, not like his dumb father, and he didn't want any of his staff falling into the same pit of superstition. He fell back into the chair and rubbed his furrowed brows, knowing the only thing left to do now was go over the projected earnings and expenses of the next month. It was a little over an hour since Sally left. All the other staff had gone home for the night too, and Ian was the only one left in the building. He knew it, but it didn't bother him. He liked the silence and solitude. It gave him room to think. There was a lot to be done before the big opening on Friday, and he needed to make sure everything behind the scenes was squeaky clean. It was midnight, and he was still sitting alone at his desk, kitted out with flash stationery and leather-bound booklets that he knew he'd never use. Ian briefly noted that it would be the first night that he had stayed overnight at the place. He was going over the stock register, ticking each correct entry off against the delivery note. He should really hire someone else to do it, but he found it meditative. An antique clock ticked away sullenly on the wall behind. He looked away from his count for a moment and scanned his eyes over the layout of the room, nodding appreciatively to himself. There was an original Francis Bacon painting on one wall. The shelves were filled with trinkets, a kukri knife, a Buddha head, and other small artifacts that Ian had collected along his travels. Everything in its right place, he mused. To Ian, it was all about the statement. He was born in April, a Taurus, which by the Zodiac's calendar made him naturally materialistic, which he was. Ian always appreciated the finer things in life. He felt like after all the hard work, he deserved them. That trait was only compounded by his meager upbringing. He wanted people to feel his authority whenever they stepped into his office. One possession he treasured was a bottle of single malt Talisker whiskey, a gorgeous, dark bottle imbued with gold inlays. It was gifted to him at a local business gala dinner in Epping 10 years previous. Ian had received top awards for his contributions to the local community. He remembered getting his photo taken with the local mayor, the bottle in between them. He remembered rubbing shoulders with all the venerable members of the county council and celebrities alike. He thought at that moment that he'd somehow eschewed his origins and was now a part of the elite clan. The current market price for it was more than what he'd paid for his saloon car. It was 40 years old, and only 12 were ever produced. Ian looked across to the antique globe in the corner of his office, knowing it was lurking in there. As much as he would deny that he drank, he secretly adored the harsh taste of a warm whiskey with a splash of water. That was his favorite, but he knew he could not trust himself with it. He was aware he had the same disease as his family. Ian often became like his abusive father and his embittered brother if he drank. Callous, aggressive, vindictive, and he could not allow that. Mr. Jekyll and Hyde himself. He'd ruined a few relationships because of it. Now he would not concede and become like them. On the strong whiskey, he would become dangerous. He knew that. But tonight was different. It was a cause for celebration, and he was on his own. He'd made it. The place was going to be a hit. What better reason could there be for a good hard drink? I have worked hard for this. I deserve this, he reaffirmed to himself. Ian stood up and headed for the globe. He lifted the lid and reached inside the world to pull out the bottle. Then he sauntered back to his desk and plunked the bottle in front of him. He thought about it for a while, before pulling out a crystal tumbler and pouring himself 4 fingers worth of the 40-year-old whiskey. As he lifted the glass to his lips, he remembered his dad. In one ceremonious gesture, Ian looked down at the floor of his office and toasted his glass to it. Here's to you, Dad, you old fuck. You said I'd never amount to anything. Yet I proved you wrong, didn't I? With that, he gulped a fifth of the tumbler and winced as the whiskey slid down his throat, imagining his father to be down there in hell. It was where he belonged. It was where Ian had wanted him to end up. He leaned back into the chair and let the tingling euphoria take him over. All his hard work had culminated to this moment. The clock ticked lazily on the wall. He listened to it, a dull mantra. He'd been working crazy hours since he'd bought the place, and tonight was the first night he was allowed to relax. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock went. Ian let the buzz take him over. He leaned back deeper into the chair and groaned in satisfaction as he took another gulp with his eyes closed. He held the tumbler loosely in his hands. Somewhere below, wood creaked, like heavy footsteps walking over them. Ian heard it. He didn't react, however. Maybe the floorboards were squirming. Temperature changes have that effect. It didn't matter. The thought soon left him. At some point, he felt the world fall away from him too. His head felt heavy against the leather-backed chair. He breathed in deeply through his nose and went loose. Ian slipped off into a doze. Chapter 3. 2 hours later. There was a loud growling all of a sudden. Something gargling and sharp that sounded like the sputtering of pressured water. It jolted Ian awake, and he shot up from his snooze, tossing his blazer from himself as he did. Then, it was gone. "What?" he barked out on autopilot, not quite sure where he was. "Hello?" he asked, but there was no reply. Ian could have sworn he heard something. It was so distinct. He sat up in the reclining office chair and regarded the silence for a while. That sounded like water. What was that? Was that the pipes that Sally was on about? He thought. Although it didn't quite sound right to him. It sounded very organic, like a noise an animal would make when trapped somewhere. Ian's bleary eyes scanned lazily over his office. Only darkness now. The lights were all off for some reason, save for a dull amber desk lamp twitching nervously in front of him. "I don't remember turning the lights off, nor turning that one on." The desk light flickered, barely able to sustain a glow. Ian looked up and around at the office, trying to shake the fog from his mind. Nothing moved. He rubbed the dust from his eyes, coaxing some sort of vitality back to his face. How long had he been asleep? He looked across at the ticking clock in the shadows. 2:12 a.m. Jesus, I've been napping for 2 hours. As he massaged his temples, he heard it again, quieter this time, further away. Low rumblings and shuffling around down below in what he could only presume was coming from the bar area. His hands fell away from his face, and he cocked his head to the side. Footsteps? Yelping? "Hello?" Ian called out, after squinting to listen. "Sally, is that you?" Nothing. The silence was disorientating to him. What is this? Are drunk teenagers casing the joint? Ian waited patiently for a few minutes before he disregarded the noises entirely. He shrugged and turned to his glass again. It's nothing. Old pipes, he thought as he poured himself another drink and prepared to go back to sleep. He lifted it to his mouth and slurped the whole glass down this time. 10 minutes went by. Just as he set the tumbler back onto the desk after another drink, it came yet again. Something downstairs was definitely rumbling. A swishing of liquids. Then it seemed to be all around him. Ian stood up from his chair and looked around at the walls, then the ceilings, then the floor, following the low trickling noise with his eyes. It moved and swirled all around him. What the fuck is that? Blocked pipes? He listened intently, making sure to control his breathing so he could better hear the strange noises. After a few minutes of trying to trace the sound, he realized he better go check it out, just in case a pipe had exploded somewhere below and flooded all of the new bar area. Ian headed for the light switch. He flicked it on, and without warning, the lights all around surged with an unnaturally intense effulgence. Ian squinted and looked away from the one burning in the center of the room in case the bulb burst onto him. It hummed as it illuminated sharply. Then, without prelude, the whole room plunged into smothering darkness. The bulb just switched off. Ian jumped back and felt the dark loud against him with each breath. He tried to feel around for the edges of the room. Ian navigated slowly to the third drawer of his desk and pulled out a heavy metal flashlight. He held it firmly, almost as if it were comforting him, and he pushed the button down until a thick blue beam emitted and carved its way across the room. When it did, a short gasp of relief escaped him. At least that's working. What the hell was that all about? Ian assumed that the main circuit had shorted out somewhere, probably caused by all the old piping in the building. The mains switch and fuse box were in the basement, behind the pantry, right above the pipes, right above where Michael Vincent was found 2 years earlier. In the dimness, Ian poured himself one more drink before he ventured out of his office, the biggest one yet. His hands were shaking and he didn't know why. Something was not right. Something in the air. The lights everywhere were off, and for the first time that night, he felt distinctly alone. He wanted a little bit of the old Dutch courage before he investigated. It went down hard, and Ian licked his teeth to savor the flavor for a while longer. Then, he headed for the door and gently pulled it open. Everything was quiet. The clicking of the lock sounded much louder in the silence. Ian poked his head out and shone his torch in both directions down the hallway. Nothing there. Just the moon slanting its way through the Venetian blinds at the end. The trees outside were swaying gently in the wind. Suddenly, in a wave of bravado, he realized he was being incredibly ridiculous and juvenile. What the hell am I doing? It's a tripped fuse. Ian scoffed at his cowardice and took one firm step out of his office and into the hallway. The floorboards creaked and groaned under his feet, just like he heard them do earlier. Is someone else in the building with me? The thought ushered in a new wave of unease and paranoia. He stood there for a pause and looked ahead at the porcelain-white full moon filtering down onto him like some tableau. His breaths came out short and sharp. His heart was thumping in his ribcage now. Maybe there is. He walked forward, and the aged floorboards squirmed with each new step. Whatever noise he thought he heard had now vanished like the stir of autumn leaves. Ian crept forward some more. Each step was slow and calculated. He moved and moved, checking behind him as he did. When he almost rounded the corner to the stairs below, he stopped. Then the hollow beam of the flashlight cascaded downward over the darkness in the staircase. "Hello?" he barked out sharply, but there was no reply. If they were there, they weren't making their presence known. He scanned slowly and squinted past the torchlight to see the pinewood floor of the downstairs bar area. Then he headed down. He imagined it was a break-in, and if he wasn't careful, at any moment a gang of thugs with bats could ambush him and beat him up until dawn, or until Sally and the rest of the staff came back. It was at that point that Ian thought he should have brought a weapon down with him. Too late now. Perhaps he could find a wrench or a bat behind the bar. Ian constantly checked behind himself as he moved forward. He didn't know how to justify it, but it was like a person was walking too close behind him. He just felt this shadow hanging off his back. He crept to the bar and then used the back staircase located behind the kitchen. It led down into the basement. He pulled the heavy wood and copper-imbued door open before once again surveying the staircase below. Nothing there, he whispered to himself, and wondered why he did so. Ian gripped the cold steel handrail and navigated slowly down to the bowels of the building. The heels of his Italian calfskin loafers clinked softly against the steel steps. When he made it down to the basement, Ian headed past the rows of beer kegs and then to the back of the gloomy room. Usually, the basement was bathed in bright white lighting that ran the length, but now, with them all off, it looked like some forgotten and Stygian crypt. There was a stench of dampness in the air. Perhaps it was coming from the floorboards above. The rafters had been there for over 300 years. The torchlight caught mold spores and dust floating around in it, descending languidly from the ceiling. Ian crept forward, past the pantry and the fridges. His torchlight fell on the fuse box in the corner on the back wall, and he headed for it. He unlocked the beige metal door and gently pulled it open to reveal the fuse box's bare skeleton underneath. A row of trip switches with plastic labels glued above each one. Ian drew his eyes across from left to right. Fridge, cooker, bar area, toilets, outdoor back, basement, so on. As he examined each switch, he noticed something strange. They had all been flicked off. Ian stood in the darkness for a pause and speculated as to how that was possible. If there was a power shortage, then surely only the main switch would trip, not all of them. The most peculiar thing about it was the fuse box had been locked, and only Ian Halbrin had the key to it. Ian rubbed his furrowed brow and tried to remember whether he had switched them all off for some reason. I did drink a lot. No, it couldn't have been me, because the lights only short-circuited when I got up to turn the office light on. So who the hell did it then? After Ian became aggravated at trying to think of an explanation of how it happened, he grumbled and flicked back on each switch one by one before clicking the mains one up last. Like clockwork, all the lights twinked and then came on without hesitation. The basement was awash with a harsh white light once more. Everything grumbled back to life. All the industrial fridges and freezers whooshed and buzzed as they went through their cycles. The building sucked in a long gulp of electricity and was alive again. Ian waited by the fuse box for a minute, looking up at the run of halogen lights ahead, just in case they tripped again. After he was satisfied that it wasn't going to shut off, he nodded, content, then locked the fuse box back up. As he headed back down the length of the basement, past the now humming fridges, he heard that noise again. Only it wasn't coming from the basement where he'd previously thought it was. Instead, it seemed to be coming from above him, from his office. It sounded like footsteps again. He stopped and looked up at the ceiling of the basement. Thick, black jack rafters ran across the white ceiling at meter intervals. Then there was a loud thud from the floor above him. It came from his office. It sounded like something heavy slamming against the hardwood floor. A clothes rack, a picture frame, a book. Someone's in my office. They tripped the switches to get me out so they could... What? Ian pondered, then realized. Get to my safe. It has all my bank details in there. His reluctance morphed into anger. Ian raced up the stairs out of the basement and headed for his office. Any number of culprits could be responsible. He knew a few dodgy people who weren't above robbing one of their pals. A list of possible names flew through his thoughts as he dashed out from behind the bar. With everything now glowing a warm amber, Ian didn't feel as on edge. He whizzed past the copper and marble dining area, leapt up the stairs, and thundered down the hallway to the door of his office. Standing outside, catching his breath once more, he could hear the strange bubbling noises emanating from the other side of the door. He imagined it as a cauldron simmering away, or an overboiling kettle, but he didn't have a kettle in his office. Ian sucked in a sharp breath and reached out to clasp the brass doorknob. He twisted it and held the door in its place. Then, with one thrust, he pushed the door open and stepped into his office to confront the assailant. When he did, though, he confronted only silence. The noises ceased the instant the door had opened, and his office was exactly how he had left it. Nothing was out of place. No books had fallen from the shelves. Nothing. But he had heard the noises, as clear as he would hear the phone ringing, whiskey or no whiskey. He stood in the center of the room, completely bewildered and slightly drunk, utterly convinced he had heard something. In the stillness now, there was only the absence of sound. Ian rubbed his face and then slapped himself, denying his gut feeling. Come on, Ian. Stop this stupid game. Nothing is going on. You're just tired. Anyone working as many hours as you would be burned out. I haven't had any dinner and been drinking tonight. No wonder I'm hearing things. He grunted and maneuvered behind the desk and fell into the chair with a groan of tedium. Seeing the night as utterly wasted now, he poured himself the rest of the bottle and drank greedily. Then he put the vinyl player onto his favorite album and kicked off his loafers before propping his feet up on the desk. A Forest by The Cure began to play on the vinyl. He crossed his arms behind his head and closed his eyes. He was beyond sleep, but all the same, he felt as if he was in a trance-like state, or maybe a dream. Perhaps he could fall asleep once more, if he concentrated. Chapter 4. Come closer and see into the dark. Just follow your eyes. Just follow your eyes. Ian opened his eyes slowly and let the amber light bleed into his vision. He stared at the ceiling, frowning. Something was wrong. The song had repeated the same line at least 10 times. The vinyl had gotten stuck and was now replaying the same verse over and over. Ian straightened up from his calm and stood over the vinyl player with his hands thrust into his pockets, the vinyl spinning around aimlessly as the lyrics filled the room. Come closer and see into the dark. Just follow your eyes. Just follow your eyes. Does nothing in this place fucking work? Ian groused. He yanked the needle from the vinyl and had the overwhelming desire to take his fist and smash it right in the center of the cheap Chinese knockoff of a Gerard 301-401 player. He restrained himself and switched it off, pulling the plug from the wall instead. Then, the room was quiet. Just calm down, Ian. You're stressed. Just chill out. Ian exhaled deeply, trying to breathe the annoyance out of his lungs. He looked up from the player and caught a glimpse of himself reflecting in the glass of an old painting. He was happy with what he saw. Sharp, chiseled features with perfectly coiffed brown hair. This is the face of the new Duke's head, Ian thought arrogantly. He could see it on the front page of the local chronicle now. Property developer turns around condemned pub, the headline would say. A photo of him standing outside shaking hands with the mayor. He imagined all the local people gossiping to each other about how good-looking he was and how successful the place was. 2 days away from the grand opening and everything was looking good. All he needed to do was keep the ship on course and make sure to fix the lights so they didn't trip out on the big night. He would call the electrician in the morning. He knew the place would be a hit. The celebrity guest list was already completely full, and he'd bolstered the numbers with some of his local council pals. He'd greased their palms to get the planning applications through quickly, and it seemed appropriate to invite them to the event as appreciation. After all, he never knew when he would need someone like them again. But all the success of the place was because of him and him alone. No one else had the gall to take on the Duke's head, except for Ian. He gazed at his reflection and smirked to himself, acknowledging that fact. As he admired his lean face, the clock next to him slowed, then stopped ticking completely, landing on 3:13 a.m. exactly. He didn't notice. All of a sudden, Ian felt a bitter chill course its way through him. It was like something was breathing on the back of his neck. What was that? Something he'd felt before, when he was outside near the back of the building. He'd felt it more so than ever tonight. Something in the air. A heaviness, or some kind of a deathly presence. Smelled like sulfur. Ian sniffed. Methane, gas, and all the other rotting smells straight from the cosmos crawled up his nose, making him gag. Without warning, the vinyl player hissed and snapped back into life. Come closer and see into the dark. Just follow your eyes. Just follow your eyes. Ian jumped back and darted his gaze down to it. The song continued to loop around over and over, dragging itself slower with each repetition of the chorus. Ian, completely stunned, peered around at the back of the thing and saw that it was both unplugged at the wall and the needle was not on the vinyl. Instead, it was hovering nervously above the pitch-black disc. His mouth dropped with astonishment. How is that possible? Something else in the room changed. With the decaying music, the room seemed to grow darker. The song lagged so much so that the words of the lyrics melted into each other in unison with the dying light.
Come closer and see. Come into the dark. Just follow your eyes. Just follow your eyes.
The song soon became indistinguishable, blurring into white noise. He stood, turned away from the player, and looked around. Footsteps coming from outside now, in the hallway, low and trotting. He focused on the closed door of his office. His gaze fell to the floor. At the foot of it, he saw the lights on the other side fade quietly into darkness. Another tripped fuse? The silence widened around him, and the atmosphere seemed like it had dropped somehow. The air began to vibrate unnaturally. A low hum flowed through the walls. What the hell is this? Ian looked at the time. The clock on the wall read 3:13 a.m., yet Ian was confident he hadn't fallen asleep. So how had an hour gone by? Ian stood behind his desk, completely unsure of what to do next. He wrestled to control his panting in the quiet. Down below, he heard the footsteps he had been hearing all night. Slow, drudging footsteps across the hardwood floor, like someone with a stump for a leg wandering around aimlessly. Then, he heard a voice he had not heard since late September. The sound of it horrified him.
Ian, you must feed the pipes.
Jack's ghostly voice gargled quietly from somewhere down in the bar area. The color drained from Ian's face. An icy shiver scraped its way down his spine, and Ian sincerely wondered whether the stories about the Duke's head were true after all. The voice he heard didn't sound natural. It had a metallic, guttural rasp to it, which didn't sound entirely human. This was beyond a joke now. What the hell is going on? Ian hesitantly crept forward on the balls of his feet like a digitigrade. He reached up, took the kukri knife from its place on the shelf and unsheathed it, holding the glistening blade out in front like an axe. With his free hand, he reached out for the door and felt the cold bite of the brass doorknob. The door creaked open and Ian peered into the empty hallway, the blade above him, ready to swing down on whoever it was out there. "Hello?" Ian called out. "Jack, is that you?" Ian asked, trying to mask the veneer of panic in his voice.
Come closer and see. See into the dark. Just follow your eyes. Just follow your eyes,
Jack replied from down below. The hairs stood up on his neck. He heard Jack's voice much clearer this time. He pulled the door wide open and stepped into the hallway. After a long and drawn-out silence, "Come on, Jack! Stop fucking around!" There was no response. Ian had no choice but to go and check it out. He slipped down the stairs and eventually into the main bar area to investigate. The wind howled ceaselessly outside, and the fog rolled against the dark windows. The whole building seemed to be humming, thumping, like a heartbeat. The floor below Ian's bare feet was rumbling like an idling engine. This is not real. This is a dream, ain't it? Ian briefly entertained the notion that it was all a big prank set up by Jack to make him feel guilty. Perhaps he had brought a few mates along with him. Or maybe it was a scheme by the resident drug addicts to scare Ian away. The thought of that gave Ian a sudden rush of anger, but it was false. In reality, Ian simply hoped that it was indeed just a prank. It would be much easier to deal with if that were the case. "Listen, if you're trying to play games with me, maybe you're crackheads, you know? You want me gone so you can carry on shooting the dragon in here. This is not that place anymore, okay?" Ian barked out to the room, but he was only met with the eerie humming of the building and the relentless gales outside. He snuck forward into the tenebrous dark and began checking behind curtains and under tables. "You lot need to get out of here before I call the police. They'll be here in 15 minutes flat to cart you away. So what do you say, huh? Just fuck off now and leave the goods and I won't report this. But if you do..."
"Feed the pipes,"
Jack's voice growled lowly in response. Ian snapped around and tried to see Jack. He looked and tried to hone in on where the voice was issuing from. Jack repeated the sentence.
"Feed the pipes."
Ian's gaze fell over cowskin-backed chairs, oak tables with brass inlays. Somewhere in the dining area, Jack's voice echoed.
"Feed the pipes. Feed the pipes."
It seemed like it was coming from under one of the tables in the dining room. The center table, with the giant gold chandelier hanging precariously above. A long white cloth draped over it, reaching down to the floor. "Jack," Ian said as he edged towards it. "Jack, come on out." Ian knelt next to the table and snatched up the cloth, expecting to find Jack huddled under there in a whiskey-soaked frenzy, giggling and swearing to himself, just like their father. The cloth at the other end of the table wafted up with the sudden jerk, but there was no Jack. Ian just stared at the table legs, completely taken aback by what was happening. How could any of this be possible? Ian imagined himself to be in some sort of fever dream. No doubt he would jerk back up in his chair in his office any second now, soaked in a cold sweat. It must be a nightmare. There was no other plausible explanation. He'd been feeling oddly disconnected since midnight, since he had that whiskey. That's it. The bottle. The people at that bloody gala dinner must have spiked it as a prank. 10 years later and I've just had a big hit of acid. The realization dawned on him and he almost laughed to himself. You idiot. You must be high as a fucking kite right now. He chuckled and prepared to stand up. As he turned away, smirking to himself, assuming that his pupils were like two jet-black dinner plates, he heard the pitter-patter of something dripping onto the hardwood floor at the other end of the table. It sounded like water dripping onto a scalding hot frying pan. What's that? Ian looked under the table once more and reeled back at what he saw. His heart leapt into his throat. A pair of feet gently sunk into view at the other end of the table, as if they were being lowered down. They were coated in a loathsome black ichor that dripped down from their toes. The substance bubbled and smoked as each drop hit the wood. The skin on the legs was sickly pale and had no hair on it, and the shins were stick-thin and sinewy. The talon-like feet touched the hardwood floor, and the legs stood there, not moving. What the fuck? Ian whispered to himself, gasping. He stared at the pale feet. Nothing moved for what seemed like eons to Ian. He just laid there on his chest, too scared to run away.
"Dad is here,"
a voice from above the table said after a tense pause. Ian didn't move. He couldn't take command of himself. His whole body shuddered with terror. "Jack?" Ian asked.
"He told me to tell you that you always had delusions of grandeur. He said you will never amount to anything."
"Jack!" Ian growled and lurched up from the floor, slamming his head hard against the underside of the table as he did. Ian fell face down onto the floor with a thump. Chapter 5. When he came around again, the dull ringing in his ears subsiding, he opened his eyes and saw something hovering over him. What is that? A shadow? There was a throbbing pain in the center of his skull, sharp and constant, and he felt sick to the bone all over. Between the thick, pulsing pain, he could make out a lot of muffled conversations and laughter all around him. He squinted and tried to look up at where the voices were coming from. Blinding, coruscating lights pierced his retinas. Twinkling amber danced in his peripheries. The shadow above him became clearer as it moved towards him. Ian blinked slowly and tried to focus his gaze. Now, standing over Ian was a well-dressed waiter, reaching down to help him up. What sounded like more clapping and laughter echoed all around Ian. Where am I? Ian thought, while trying not to vomit. The waiter was wearing an immaculate tuxedo and white gloves. He smiled as he held his hand out to Ian. Ian looked up at him bleary-eyed. As the waiter pulled him to his feet and dusted him off, a crowd of dinner guests all cheered and toasted their glasses of champagne. Ian rubbed his face and tried to concentrate on what was happening. He scanned across the crowd at the scene. The jazz band continued playing, and all the gala guests in their tuxedos and dresses went merrily back to their conversations. The waiter straightened Ian's bow tie for him and patted him on the shoulder.
A marvelous party trick, sir. You had us all thoroughly convinced there.
The unnamed waiter chortled. What the hell are you talking about? Ian asked, his eyes still not quite focusing on anything.
However, I wouldn't try that again, sir. You don't want to bang your head, do you?
Ian glanced at the waiter with bewilderment. He caught a man over the waiter's shoulder, someone he didn't know, wearing a midnight blue tuxedo. The man acknowledged Ian and raised his tumbler to him, smirking as he did. Where the fuck am I? Ian asked, disorientated and nauseous. The waiter smiled wryly, but only half of his mouth.
Where you've been all night. The Duke said, this is your big night after all.
He had thin lips, just a dark red slit that seemed to draw back in glee. They made Ian feel uncomfortable for some unexplainable reason. Ian looked around in a daze. He was in the main dining area of the Duke's Head pub, right by the table where he'd been looking under for Jack. The room was alive with the clinking of glasses and the smug laughter of the dinner guests. The fire roared in the fireplace, and cigar smoke wafted up from corners of the room. Ian looked around vacantly, trying to recall the events that led up to this moment. What about the feet? He asked.
Feet, sir?
I saw a pair of pale... I was... looking for Jack. Where is he? Ian asked, coughing a tickle out of his throat.
He's here. I believe he's by the bar.
The waiter said dismissively. Take me to him. I need to know.
In time.
The waiter acknowledged. Then he stepped closer.
There is one thing you need to do first, sir. It's very important if you want the night to be a success.
Ian cocked his head, unsure of what the waiter was implying. A success? What's that? The waiter grinned with a sheen of malice. The whites of his teeth glistened under the lights. He reached out to pat Ian once more on the shoulder.
Feed the pipes, sir,
he said calmly. It was as if he was requesting that Ian put more logs on the fire. The request was so innocuous. Ian stared back at the waiter. What? He snapped. What the fuck do you mean? The waiter's hand dropped from Ian's shoulder, and he leaned into Ian's space.
Feed the pipes,
he said. The waiter practically snarled it at Ian, and the whole room noticed. They all turned to face the pair. The band stopped playing, and all the guests were now staring at them. Some were sneering and shaking their heads disapprovingly. Ian looked around at the anonymous crowd, then back to the waiter. "Look, I don't understand. What do you mean?" Ian begged. The waiter simply smiled.
"To keep them out,"
he said while gesturing to the floor.
"You must feed the pipes."
"Them?" The waiter took hold of Ian firmly.
"It comes with the lease."
"Take your hands off me!" Ian bellowed. The waiter gripped Ian and pushed him one step back until he almost fell backwards over the table.
"Feed the pipes!"
The waiter shouted.
"Call Sally! Call all of them! Tell them to come back here! Then feed the pipes!"
The waiter hissed.
"They must be satiated!"
"I don't know what you mean!" Ian shouted, trying to break free of the waiter's tremendous grip. It was like a mechanical vice had taken him by the shoulders and held him in place.
"Feed the pipes, Ian,"
the waiter sneered. The guests crowded around him too. Everyone in the room set down their glasses and moved closer. One by one, the guests joined in. "Feed the pipes. Feed the pipes." Ian looked around at all of their empty, pale faces. Their eyes glowed with a fiery red each, a demonic twinkling of brimstone. Ian shook his head in disbelief. "This isn't real. I'm fucking high. I'm tripping. I'm dreaming," he whispered to himself as he spun around at all the guests shouting at him. They barked and bayed in unison. "Feed the pipes! Feed the pipes! Feed the pipes!" Ian stumbled and fell. The shouting rose into a crescendo. The unknown waiter slithered back into the rows of people and disappeared from view.
"Feed the pipes, feed 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 the pipes."
They all yelled like an obscene choir. The voices were unbearable, spilling over each other, chanting, screaming at Ian.
"Feed the pipes, feed 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 the pipes."
Ian clasped his ears and tried to block the voices out. "Stop!" he screamed, but they would not stop. His head was swimming, and he felt like he was about to pass out.
"Feed the pipes, feed 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 the pipes."
The room spun around in a dizzying haze of colors. Ian pushed his hands hard against his ears and tried to force his eyes shut. The blur of tuxedos and dresses smeared into black. "This isn't real. This isn't real. I'm tripping. This isn't real," Ian muttered to himself, desperately trying to reassure himself that it was all a bad dream. The room whirled into darkness. The shouting of the mob slowly withdrew like the cold tides. The warmth and the glow of the party grew faint with it. Then, the room fell silent apart from Ian. Chapter 6. Hours later. "This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real," Ian muttered to himself. He had been doing so for what seemed like days. In between the insane mumblings, Ian solemnly wondered whether he would ever sober up from the trip, or if this was how he would be from now on. He felt his mind decaying, losing its tenuous grip on reality. What would no doubt remain would be a husk of a man, the shell of Ian Halperin. Headlines would say he went crazy in the pub one night, just like all the others. That would be all that remained of his legacy. Just another ignominious end to a hard and pointless life. When the room was quiet once more, he finally opened his eyes to view only an empty bar area. The party guests had vanished. The smoking and dining area was desolate now. An icy draft crept its way through the empty rooms, followed only by an eerie silence. There was ash and smoldering embers scattered on the floor. The tables and chairs all around were caved in, cut up and broken. Parts of the floorboards had been put through, and all the bottles behind the bar were smashed. The shards were strewn across the marble bar like twinkling stars in the abyssal hollow of space. He was huddled on the floor in the middle of the room, sitting cross-legged, jabbering inanely to himself, just like his brother would do in a similar stupor. How long had he been there? The wind howled and clawed at the windows, trying to find its way in. Dark brown, fetid water dripped down from gashes in the ceiling. Yet, Ian remained there on the floor for hours more, refusing to acknowledge his surroundings. He began to truly believe that he would never leave the room. He simply stared ahead, across the room, at the sickeningly tall, pale figure standing against the back wall. The thing didn't move. There was no escaping the building with it there. Ian knew that. It was almost imperceptible against the dark wall, but Ian was sure it was there. He was sure it was the waiter, and it would not let him leave. Ian stared up at its absent face intently. The whole building was humming lowly and trembling, the noises laden with foreboding. "This isn't fucking real," he rambled to himself over and over. Palls of black smoke hovered around the rooms. The clock above the bar read 3:13 a.m. It ticked and ticked, but still, the hands did not edge forward. Time stopped, and Ian and the Spectre were locked into a stare-down.
Why are you sitting there?
The pale, humanoid figure at the back wall asked Ian, its dreadfully thick metallic rasp echoing off the walls. "This can't be real. I'm tripping," Ian continued mumbling.
Come closer and see.
Its voice rose further out of the shadows. After an indiscernible amount of time passed, Ian finally replied. "See what?" he asked from the floor.
Jack.
The voice teased from the yawning blackness in the corner of the room. "I don't understand," Ian replied. The walls vibrated, seemingly laughing at Ian's despair. He looked all around into the shrouded corners of the room. Then he dropped his gaze back to where the thing in the corner had been. Above where the voice emanated from, a harsh white halogen light suddenly snapped on and illuminated a small scene. It was a little bathroom where the corner booths of the main dining area should have been. The walls were now a tobacco-stained white tiling with mold and mildew spots in the corners, instead of the large Picasso painting and exposed red brick walls. In the middle of the rank exhibition was a dull beige bathtub with a dripping tap. The dirty shower curtain was pulled back like the revealing proscenium curtain on a stage, and in the bath was a body. Draped over the side was a limp and lifeless hand. Crimson drops fell from its fingertips. Ian rolled onto his feet and stood upright for the first time in hours. He was battered, cuts and bruises all over his body. His shirt was ripped, and the dry blood from his head wound was sticky against his face. He wearily limped over to the corner scene where the light twitched above the bathtub, holding his hand out as he did, groping at the air. Ian believed somehow that he recognized the bathroom from somewhere, but he couldn't place where exactly. When he came to its edge, he saw it. He gasped and gripped his mouth tight to stop himself from crying. Laying in the bath was his brother. Laying in the red water was Jack. Ian shuddered and cried. The sight of it made his heart seize up and his chest draw tight. The room was quiet save for Ian. He leaned down to look at the body. When Jack's dull, lifeless face rolled up to regard his brother, Ian could not restrain himself anymore. "Oh, Jack," Ian wept. "What have you done?"
This was you,
Jack mouthed. Ian grimaced. "I don't understand," he said, as he looked at the swirls of blood flowing around in the cold water.
This happened tonight because of you. You left me behind,
Jack accused. "No, I didn't."
But you did.
Jack's corpse smiled.
And I left 2 hours ago.
"No, Jack!"
Right here in this bathtub. Hot water and a cold razor.
Ian gazed down in disbelief at his brother's shriveled and pale body, the downward lacerations visible on his forearms. A cheap bottle of supermarket whiskey sat next to the bath. A bloodied Bic razor blade thrown on the floor, too. It was all too much to comprehend anymore. "Jack, listen, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry." Ian wept desperately, kneeling down to the corpse. "I didn't think you were up to it. I couldn't have that risk. I needed this place to work. Do you know how much money I've spent to get this off the ground? You were always more like Dad, and Dad was... I'm sorry."
It's too late, Ian.
"Jack, no!"
I just wanted you to know it's your fault. I only wanted to help you, and you took my money and threw me to the curb. Because of you, I'm with Dad now.
"Jack, I'm sorry!" Ian shouted, shaking the body, but there was no response from Jack's lifeless corpse anymore. Ian stared down into his hollow, fish-like eyes and saw there was nothing there. He was gone, and it was Ian's fault. Out of everyone he should have helped, it was his brother. Jack was the only other member of his family still above ground. Ian remembered briefly the times when they were both children. They were so close back then. They would play in the woods near their house for hours, pretending to be shopkeepers, soldiers, heroes. And now he's dead, down there in hell with their father. All of this because Ian wanted to keep all the profits of the Duke's Head pub for himself. Years of dismissing and neglecting Jack suddenly culminated into a cutting, resounding guilt that hurt in the pit of his stomach. Ian began to sob uncontrollably, holding the corpse, begging for a response or some sort of forgiveness. But none came. He closed his eyes for what seemed like a long time. "No," Ian whimpered as he held the cold body. He wanted to scream until his face collapsed in on itself, to claw his eyes out so he would never see another thing. Ian wanted to shut it all out. He cried and cried. Above the bathroom, the pale thing hovered, watching. After a long time, Ian opened his eyes again to find everything evaporating in front of him, as if it were built out of smoke and shadows. The body of his brother fell away in his hands like ash in the winds. He looked down at his empty palms and watched the particles blow into nothingness. "Oh no, please, stay," he begged. His mind recoiled and prepared to depart forever. The thought of Jack being gone now made Ian feel truly sick and overwrought.
"I can bring him back,"
the loathsome alien voice echoed above Ian. "He's not dead! You're a fucking liar!" Ian wailed. The pale humanoid shadow simply chuckled. Its presence was all around him now, over him, in his mind. Ian was in the midst of this horrible maelstrom that he couldn't seem to escape from. He clutched his face in his hands, refusing to believe it all. The thing was trying to trick him. It wasn't even real. Jack was alive. Ian was tripping on 10-year-old acid and 40-year-old scotch. None of this was real. Ian just had to keep reminding himself of that fact. Soon, the hallucinations would stop, and everything would be back to normal. But Ian didn't believe that it was a hallucination anymore. The pale thing knew too much. What if it was right and Jack was gone? This could be his only chance to bring him back.
"Feed the pipes, Ian. I can bring him back,"
the thing said. Ian sobbed and knew that he had no way out now. He would have to do what this thing wanted if he would have Jack back. "How?" Ian asked, resigning himself to the task.
"Below the basement there is a room. Take them there and feed the pipes."
"How do I get to it?" With that, the door behind the bar creaked open. Ian looked around at it. The blackness was eager to escape.
"See into the dark. Just follow your eyes,"
the creature jibbed. Ian stood up from the corner of the room, moved towards it, stumbling over debris and broken furniture. It was as if he was being dragged along on rails. He was no longer in control of his body. Something else was pulling him along now. He had to make this right. There were no choices anymore. He headed for the concierge phone and picked it up. It was cold to the touch, and the plastic stuck to his skin. He raised it to his ear and spoke when she answered. "Sally, it's Ian. I need you to come to the Duke's Head right away. We have a big problem," Ian said in a detached, monotone voice. After Sally agreed to come back, Ian put the phone back on the receiver and sauntered behind the bar, towards the stairwell down to the basement. Was this it? Was this how all the others went out? It doesn't matter now. Ian would do anything to bring his brother back. He could see that now. For the matter of his sanity, Ian had to bring Jack back. Ian felt utterly disconnected from his body as he headed down into the basement to find the chamber and prepare. Chapter 7. Down there, behind the wall where Michael Vincent was found, there was a stairwell carved out of the rock. Ian had smashed the wall through with a sledgehammer to reveal a gaping hollow that led through a fissure and into cold dread. He stepped over the brick wall and went in. Then he began to navigate slowly down the steps, holding his Zippo lighter outstretched in front of him, the dim flame barely illuminating the way ahead. The steps didn't appear to be man-made. They looked like they could have been created by some underwater river eons ago, but Ian began to wonder if they were created by something totally different instead. How old is this place? He reflected softly. The cavernous walls of the tunnel were wet to the touch, and it was silent in there save for the odd dripping of stale water. Pointed stalactites hung from the ceiling like a stream of blades. Along with a draft, there was a nauseating stench of rotting meat and wet fabric radiating from somewhere further below. It was beyond smell, beyond stench. It was an impenetrable, loathsome miasma of stink that burned as it slithered up Ian's nose. It was the same sulfuric smell he had smelled all night, only stronger. He went on. Ian didn't know how long he had been heading downward for, only that he could no longer see the lights from the basement twinkling behind him. It was as if it had sealed up the instant he climbed in. The rock, the air, everything seemed to be closing in around him the further in he went. Darkness prevailed. His stomach went in knots, and he felt as if he was about to faint. That heaviness was in the air again. Ian was smothered by it, enveloped by the impenetrable claustrophobic gloom. Soon his senses left him. Ian felt as if his body was swirling around in a pool of thick, salty water as he reluctantly headed down the rugged stairs deeper into the primordial hole. He knew what he was about to do was completely wrong. He'd never killed anyone before, but beyond that, he didn't want to murder 6 innocent people just to bring back one guilty person. He just couldn't do that, but it seemed he was left with little choice. When Ian came into the chamber, he saw the grotesque effigy immediately. His heart sank. At the end of the cavernous tomb was a stone statue of a tall and pale humanoid figure. It was him, the pale man, the waiter. Ian gasped as his eyes fell fully on it in the darkness. The effigy sat on top of a pile of decaying skulls and ripped clothes. It had 4 arms, 2 of which were clasped together in silent prayer. The other 2 stretched upwards to the ceiling of the chamber, holding their palms out flat to capture what was dripping from the ceiling. Above the 2 outstretched hands were old pipes made out of clay. From them, a thick black ichor fell into the awaiting palms of the pale man. Blood. It was the sacrificial chamber from days of old. Ian saw below the figure all the skulls of the previous offerings. He briefly wondered which bones belonged to Michael Vincent's wife, his son, his daughter. He also wondered where his own would sit amongst the tattered remnants of humanity. Ian turned around. He definitely could no longer see the way back out. All around, the walls sloped down and back, headlong into pitch-black nothingness. In an instant, He knew it was never the thing's plan to give Jack back to Ian in exchange for the others. He was trapped in the chamber with the effigy. The realization ushered in an overwhelming heaviness in him. With that, Ian faced the thing again and resigned himself to his fate. It was blindingly obvious to him what would happen next. He would die down there in the impalpable, lightless dark, and his skull would be thrown onto the pile with all the others, and no one would ever know what happened at the Duke's Head pub. He was soon to join his father where they both belonged. Hell. Ian stood in the emptiness, contemplating his end, letting the thought take over him. It was not how he thought he would die. He imagined it to be 40 years from this moment, on a beach in Italy. But in a peculiar way, he believed he didn't deserve it to end like that. This death was much more deserving of him. The figure before him moved its head almost imperceptibly towards Ian. Without moving, it spoke. There were no facial features on the figure, yet Ian imagined it to be smiling.
Bring me blood, or Jack will stay there with your father forever.
They're coming. Won't be long now, Ian replied in a sullen tone. Show me Jack is still alive first.
He is not alive,
the effigy hissed.
but I can bring him back.
How do I know?
You saw him.
Ian shook his head. For some unexplainable reason that just didn't make sense to him. He just didn't believe it. He knew the thing was lying. It was never going to honor their agreement. It was lying, but how? Ian thought for a long time. Then, between the numbing fear and silent dread, Ian had an epiphany. That's it, he thought. It practically shot its way up his spinal column as he realized something. The bathroom where Jack was supposedly dead was not his own. It was their grandmother's bathroom. A bathroom Ian hadn't seen since he was 5 years old, yet he knew he recognized it when he saw it there in the corner of the Duke's Head pub. He remembered the awful shower curtain anew. It had flowers on it. The bath was one of them Victorian baths, and the black paint on the legs had begun to flake off. He remembered the smell of medicine and iodine in there. It was all an illusion, a con, a deception, which meant Jack wasn't dead. This thing was trying to trick him, just like it had done so to all the others. The revelation breathed a new wave of resilience into Jack's tired body.
You have until sunrise to feed them, or Jack will be gone forever,
it said to him. You're a liar! Ian screamed at it. He's still alive and I know it!
Bring them to me! Feed the pipes!
The effigy growled in response, its volume deafening in the echoing tomb. The statue never moved. Ian just felt its hollow stare on him. Wherever he stood in the Stygian chamber, the thing's hateful gaze would follow him. There was no escape. As much as he believed Jack was still alive now, Ian knew he would never leave the tomb. But he would not allow this pale creature to have the others. There was no other recourse. The last thing he was going to do with his cruel and depraved life was something noble. With one big sigh of defeat, Ian fell to his knees in front of the thing, groveling at the base of the pyramid of skulls. You can't have them, but you can have me, he said.
I already have you. I want them too.
Well, you can't, Ian said defiantly. It's me or nothing.
Death will not be the end.
The eldritch Menhir said.
You will die here, and I shall feast upon your soul for all eternity, as I have done so to all the sons and daughters of man, and then shall you know my true name.
So be it, Ian said, and was astonished at this unanticipated surge of nobility. He really meant it. Never before in his whole life had he put others before himself, but with everything that had happened, it seemed like the right thing to do now.
So be it.
The pale stone effigy replied, acknowledging Ian's request. Ian felt the air run cold, colder than it already was. Something dark, shadowy, and swirling rose up from the pyramid of skulls and moved towards him. He clicked the Zippo lighter shut and slid it into his pocket. Then, he closed his eyes in the darkness and prepared for the final curtain. He didn't want to see what it was about to do to him. But the bitter release of death never came. Instead, just as Ian felt the deathly presence crawl closer to him, he heard something ringing from behind him. He frowned and imagined it to be a part of his damnation, but it wasn't. What's that? It's coming from above. It sounds like ringing? It sounds like a phone. His eyes bulged open. Ian leapt up from his knees, bolted around, and began running in the direction of the noise, away from the chasing shadow. He held his hands out in front of him as he ran up the inchoate staircase back to the basement. He didn't want to even consider whether he was imagining it or not. All he could indulge was that if it was real, then he could use the sound to find his way back out. He wheezed and wailed as he hurled himself up the primeval steps. The notion that he could escape was driving him on, pumping him full of adrenaline. As he scurried up the shaft, he saw ahead of him the unfurling hole to the basement. It was real. The white light emitting at the top of the tunnel was like a single gibbous moon against a matte black night sky. The phone was still buzzing somewhere up there. Ian scraped and banged his body against the walls of the cavern as he pushed forward towards the light, towards the phone. Perhaps it was Sally ringing back? Maybe even Jack? He kept scrambling up. The light was getting closer, so he could almost reach out and touch it. Behind Ian, the pale man's voice screeched after him. It was on his heels, the eldritch force chasing him up the shaft as he ran. Ian yelped as he rushed forward, daring not to look behind him. He was a whirlwind of fear and pure survival instinct. He'd gone from certain death to a fleeting chance, to so close he could touch it, to almost certain death again in the space of 10 seconds. He climbed and ran until his muscles felt like they were filled with battery acid. Everything hurt. Ian finally burst out of the tunnel and slammed onto the concrete floor of the basement in front of him. Lying on the cold surface, he panted in relief and tried to catch his breath. A single tear ran down his face. Then he remembered the dreadful specter behind him. He flipped over onto his back and gazed back down the tunnel to see if it was there, in the twilight, staring back at him from beyond the threshold. But there was nothing in the black hole in the wall. He clambered to his feet and paused, staring down into the abyss he had just escaped. The phone had stopped ringing up in the bar area, and Ian briefly wondered whether it was coincidence or providence that had brought him out. Whether he would make it out of the basement now or not was something he wasn't even considering anymore. There was another reason why he had found a way out, and he knew what it was straight away. If this was to be the end, then he would have to swallow his pride and do the right thing before he checked out of the hotel. The thing could not be found. No one else could come to the Duke's head. Ian would have to destroy the building and bury the morbidly ancient deity along with it. There was only one way to do that. He turned and headed to the row of beer kegs. Unplugging the gas lines from each, he instantly smelt the potent methane gas spew out and slowly fill the room. The next few minutes were a frenzied blur of ripping the rest of the pipes from walls and slashing the other gas tubes. Soon, the whole basement was swimming in a thick haze of vapor. Then, the lights tripped off and the backup generators jerked on. A carbon monoxide alarm began blaring incessantly, while the basement was awash in dark red emergency lighting. "Okay, you fucker. You want blood? I hope you like it warm." Ian cursed as he backed away from the kegs. Ian then headed up the stairs to the bar area before he passed out from the fumes. He needed one more gulp of fresh air before he died. Turning and looking back down into the basement, Ian imagined the pulsing red lights and the horrible maelstrom of poisonous gas below his feet to be the gateway to hell. In essence, it was. The Duke's Head pub was truly evil. If only he had listened to everyone. No one else can ever come here. After waiting a few more moments at the top of the stairs for the basement to fill with the gas, Ian took his Zippo lighter from his pocket once more and held it gently in his hand. It was a gold Zippo USA lighter carved in the Venetian style. On the bottom was an engraving from Jack. It was a birthday present from him to Ian 5 years ago, the last present anyone had bothered to buy him. Ian allowed himself a small sniffle and tear before he flicked the lid open. The flint ignited and the flame danced in the twilight, begging to be thrown down there into the pit of carcinogenic air. Ian thought he should say something, a recognition of the fact he was about to destroy all his hard work and dreams to bury an ancient evil. Instead, he stood there at the top of the stairs, struggling to find the right words. He thought of Jack and could only hope that Jack was still alive somewhere out there, and somehow, when he would hear the news that Ian had died, he would forgive Ian for what he had done. Ian let out one final sigh, then threw it in. The lighter dropped into darkness. The entrance to hell burst into a mushroom of debris, smoke, and flames. The Duke's Head pub exploded. Giant chunks of brick and wood flung into the air. Glass and tiles and chairs scattered across the land like charred confetti. The forest behind glowed unnaturally with the flames from the building, incandescent in the twilight. The aftermath of billowing smoke and effulgence from the crater was seen for miles around, all the way from Black Dog. Then, the fire died down, and it was quiet again. Chapter 8. Just after sunrise, Ian's body was found. Sally and Tom, the head chef, had pulled into the car park to find only a smoking ruin where the Duke's Head pub used to be. Plumes of thick black smoke billowed up from cinder and into the gray morning sky in ash-stained benediction. Sally clasped at her mouth in disbelief. What had happened? Where was everyone else? The ragged and charred stretch of concrete where the pub used to sit looked like the aftermath of a blitzkrieg campaign. The early morning breeze carried with it the stench of death and methane as it blew languidly across the car park. Sally and Tom stood in the eerie quiet, too afraid to move any closer. Eventually, they went around the back of what remained. That's when they found him, with the first hints of sunrise coming up in front of his lifeless body. She found Ian laying face down in the back garden near an overturned picnic bench. Tom, after seeing the body, immediately jumped back into his car to find the nearest phone and call for the police. He slammed it into reverse and kicked up shards of gravel as he pulled away. Sally stayed with Ian. She knelt down to his corpse, laying there pitifully in the grass. But when she reached down to touch him, he groaned. She squealed as she drew her hand away instinctively. Then she rolled him over fully onto his back, and he yelped in agony. When Sally gazed upon the bloodied tangle of what was left of his face, she could not help but gasp. It looked like tenderized steak, seared up the left side, eyebrows singed, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. Yet the other eye lazily looked up at her with warm familiarity. He was still there. Blood was seeping from all over his body. His clothing had been slashed to pieces by shrapnel from the explosion. He looked like someone who had just been run over by an 18-wheeler, but he looked like he was going to be all right. "Sally," he croaked, trying to raise his hand to her. She grasped it and held it tight.
"I'm here. It's me,"
she said, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of affection for the man who was her boss.
"What happened?"
she asked. Ian coughed phlegm and tar out of his lungs. "You were right. I'm sorry. There was something else there, down in the basement," he rasped between wheezing breaths. "Something old." Sally drew back in horror.
"What do you mean?"
Ian tried sitting up to face her. He clasped desperately at her collar. "It got inside my head, Sally. It could see my memories. It used them. I don't know what's real and what isn't. I can't stop thinking about it." He began blubbering as he searched for the right words to explain. They never came. Sally didn't know what to say either. She could only hug him gently in reassurance. They sat quietly together, him sniveling in her arms. Sally had never seen a person so distraught before. Tom came back with a whole cavalcade of emergency service vehicles in tow. By that point, Ian was able to sit up and was taking sips of water from a bottle Sally had with her. She had wrapped her coat over him to shield him from the freezing autumn air. She never left his side. As he leaned against her, he could not help but notice her attentiveness. She really cared for him. No one else in the world showed as much affection towards him as she did. With everything that had happened, he suddenly wondered if he secretly had feelings for her. He'd always felt something towards her, but what it was he couldn't codify. Perhaps it was simply that, after the traumatic night he'd just endured, it was nice to have something not try to kill him now. But he felt truly safe with her. He didn't tell her any more of what happened the night before, only that he wanted to be taken away from the building as soon as possible. The police cordoned off the area, and EOD conducted their searches of what remained of the Duke's head. They interviewed Ian briefly before he was taken to Plymouth General Hospital. Sally went with him in the ambulance. When the EOD and forensics teams had finished their searches later that day, The police strung blue and white police tape across the whole area and boarded the remains up. They didn't find a thing, only that the explosion was possibly caused by a gas leak. Chapter 9. 1 year later. Ian had made a full recovery, and Jack was alive. When Ian was in intensive care, Jack came and visited him daily. The two reconciled finally. Sally would visit Ian too, bringing him flowers and reading the paper to him. Behind his bandages, he would smirk at the headlines and what was going on out there in the world. England began its qualification campaign for the 1994 FIFA World Cup with a 1-1 draw against Norway at Wembley. John Major had been announcing the closure of all the coal mines across the country. Ian and Sally would eventually marry. They had a small wedding on a beach in Cornwall. Ian also went on to set up an estate agent's business with his brother. Jack had been sober for over 12 months when the pair made their first £1 million through the business. Ian still had nightmares about the Duke's Head pub and what laid beneath it. He would still wake up in cold sweats, thinking he was still trapped down there in that tomb with the effigy. He never told anyone about the pale man and what he had almost done that night. He was still unsure himself whether it all truly happened or not. He could only recall that night in an odd, lingering kind of way, like a childhood nightmare or a fever dream. It all seemed so far away, yet the feelings were still very strong. He never spoke of the place, but in the small hours of the evenings, when he was on his own, he still believed somewhere out there that thing still existed, and that maybe it always had. Just as it had 3 years previously, the Duke's Head pub now laid crumpled in the dirt of its own predestination. A burnt-out and blackened whisper of the past. A collapsed pile of rubble and ash, now filled in with all the mystery and unknown horrors of the universe. No one ever went near the building again. No one dared to confront the rumors that there was an ancient evil lingering under the foundations, silently waiting for its next offering. No one wanted to know. So, it sat there, year after year, a grim reminder of what could be out there in the furthest reaches of oblivion. The notion that there are forces beyond humanity's comprehension, and humanity would do well to stay in blissful ignorance of them. Some things are best kept unknown.
Skeeter twisted the top off another cold one and propped his foot on the cooler. It had been a long day of branding and vaccinating cows, and now that he finally had a chance to sit down, the old bod felt like it had been run through the squeeze chute for the full treatment. It made him feel a little better seeing his old pal Yancey grimace as he stretched out his own kinks. "You gonna make it, old man?" he asked, passing Yancey another bottle. "Yeah. But I might have to get James and Abe to pack me in the house." The four men sat on their lawn chairs in the middle of Skeeter's yard, watching satellites and shooting stars streak across the night sky. They talked about all the shit drunk friends talk about after a long day. Hell, James even had a story or two. "Oh, look at that one," Abe said, pointing at an extra bright falling star that almost hit the ground before burning itself out. Yancey pulled the phone out of his pocket and checked the time. "Whoa, 1:30. He finished off the bottle he'd been nursing and sat it on the ground next to the row of empties. He was about to ask the brothers which one of them was going to have the honor of driving him home when Abe, pointing to the northern sky, said, "What the hell is that?" Skeeter clutched the armrests on his chair and gasped, "Oh, shit, it's my ex-wife!" Then reached up for a high five that Yancey missed by about 6 inches, nearly falling off his chair. Abe stood, focusing his bewildered gaze into the distance. Then James rose and stood beside his brother, staring intently toward the northern skyline. Skeet stood and steadied himself till the ground stopped shaking, then helped Yancey to his feet. They stood on opposite sides of the Peruvian ranch hands, each resting a hand on the slightly shorter men's shoulders to keep from toppling over. "Okay," Yancey said. "I spy with my little eye." Abe pointed again, and Yancey, using an unsteady finger, traced an imaginary line from Abe's elbow to his finger and beyond, until they were both pointing at the same vanishing point in the inky black sky. "What the hell is that?" "Abe already asked that," Skeeter said, and the pie-eyed foursome watched in silent amazement as 5 flickering lights in the far-off distance multiplied again and again. Over the span of a few minutes, the uniform horizontal formation of a few lights had slowly and steadily transformed into a large triangle, comprised of more than a dozen lights, some alternating colors from white to blue and others from red to orange, while still others remained a constant green. Hey, Skeet," Yancey said, breaking the trance. "Yeah?" "You remember that Laser Floyd concert?" "Smart ass." "I ain't being funny. I think this must be some kind of a light show." James, usually the silent one of the bunch, spoke up. "This doesn't look like any light show I ever saw." "Maybe it's the Air Force flying drones or something," Abe suggested. "All I know," Skeeter said with mock indignation, "is the first one of you peg lickers that says UFO is going home without his pants." Skeet?" Abe said. "Yeah?" You just said UFO." Skeeter thought about it. "Well, shit," he huffed, and the breeches came off. James, still watching the lights, wearily asked, "So, what do you think they are?" Since Yancey was the only one who hadn't yet hazarded a guess, he decided it was about time to offer up a little sage advice that his Uncle Brent had passed down to him. He cleared his throat and proclaimed to one and all, "Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies. If you ever get hit with a bucket of shit, be sure and close your eyes." This got laughs from Abe and Skeeter, but James didn't even seem to register. He just stared at the lights, apprehension growing with each passing minute. "James," Yancey said. "Yancey," James replied, still not taking his eyes off the lights. "You want us to throw a blanket over you and leave you here?" James's usual carefree demeanor was nowhere to be found. His expression was stubbornly set, and he spoke with an uncharacteristic intensity. "It's good that you are having fun, amigo, but there is something that you don't know." Yancey studied the younger man's careworn face as James continued. "I have seen these lights before, amigo. In my village when I was a boy. The lights came out of the north just like these ones, and we were all very excited. We thought it was a good sign, but then the animals started dying in terrible ways, and the people started disappearing in the night. Then the lights stopped coming, and the village returned to normal." The 4 men watched the lights, not a sign of expression between them. After a few more minutes had passed, the outer lights flickered and went out, then the next row, and the next, until the sky was again a black void, save for the flashes of distant lightning. Skeeter pulled up his pants. "Looks like rain," he said, turning to the house. "Good night, boys." Abe slid in behind the steering wheel of the side-by-side. James took the shotgun, and Yancey sprawled out in the bed, letting his legs dangle over the tailgate. They cut through Skeeter's east pasture that connected with Yancey's west pasture, and barely made it home before the storm hit, and it was a doozy. Yancey's head no more than hit the pillow when he found himself in a Peruvian jungle, dressed in olive green cargo pants, a sleeveless shirt, and Kevlar vest. In his right hand he held an M16 that seemed insignificant compared to his bulging bicep, and in his left hand he carried a survival knife with a heavy 20-inch blade that he wielded with ease. As he hacked his way through the thick undergrowth, a torrential rainstorm blew in from the north, instantly drenching him in a freezing deluge. He raised his arm to protect his face as the vines and branches lashed out in the wind. Suddenly, a shimmering image blurred past, and he awoke with a convulsive jerk only to find the curtains whipping violently in the wind. He rolled out of bed, still feeling the effects of the alcohol, and leaning into the wind, pushed his way to the window. He slammed it shut and rested against the frame, catching his breath. A bolt of lightning flashed nearby, and Yancey could have sworn he caught a glimpse of a human figure standing in the driveway. He pressed his forehead to the glass, intensifying his gaze. Another flash of lightning illuminated the driveway in a momentary dull blue luster. There was no one in the driveway, of course. Yancey passed it off as one too many beers at Skeet's place and went back to bed. In the days that followed the storm system, the vibrant colors of spring began to replace the tawny pallor of winter. The lambs romped freely in the south pasture, and the mysterious lights in the northern sky were mostly forgotten. One particularly fine Sunday morning, Skeeter swung by and picked up Yancey and the Olevis brothers, and headed into town for coffee at the Gateway. Skeeter told himself he liked the Gateway Cafe more than the other places in town because, A, it was off the beaten path, so it was mostly locals that congregated there for eats and gossip, and B, Lana Franson, a.k.a. the hostess with the mostest waitress there every Sunday morning. But if Skeeter was being honest, the Gateway was a run-down shithole. The coffee was as thick as mud, and the old geezers who were always there hated him ever since he said Massey Fergusons were better tractors than John Deere. Apparently that's only something you say in the Corn Belt if you've got a death wish. Despite the looks of disgust, Skeeter rolled in every Sunday to sit at a dusty booth and drink coffee that he damn near had to chew before he swallowed, all to spend a few minutes in the company of the prettiest woman he had ever clapped eyes on. Yancey took a newspaper as they passed the counter, and as they filed past the booths occupied by the regulars, he noticed that just about everyone was leaning over the newspapers laid out on their tables. All of them were reading something that must have been pretty damned interesting. Hell, Charlie Dietz and his bunch of cronies didn't even look up to give Skeeter their usual look of disdain. The boys slid into a corner booth at the back of the room. Skeeter sat up straight and adjusted the collar on his third favorite Western shirt while the others were having a conversation about dying washers or crying tossers or some such prattle. But Skeet's mind had left the building. He found himself on a warm, sunny beach lying beside the living Madonna that was Lana. He gazed softly into her green eyes, or were they blue? Hell, they might have even been brown. Anyway, he was about to make his patented, "There's something in your eye" move, when, without being invited, a very large cloud rolled in and cast a shadow over the adoring couple. Skeeter blinked himself back to reality and looked up to see who was casting the shadow. He looked up further and further, and just when his neck was about to snap, he met eyes with Roy Lee Kershaw, the busboy. Now, Roy Lee was what you might call big. That is, if you're in the habit of calling mountains anthills. The mass of humanity smiled down and asked,
Can I take your order?
He wore the same barbecue and grease-stained tank top that he always wore, but today he had on a red and white checked apron that almost covered his belly button. Skeet almost asked the big man if he ate Lana, but on second thought he decided he liked having a full set of teeth. He leaned forward and looked around Roy Lee toward the counter. Where's Lana? Roy Lee scooted Skeeter over and squeezed into the booth.
You haven't heard?
Skeeter shook his head. I guess not.
2 days ago, her daddy disappeared right out of his bed,
Roy Lee said, tapping the front page of the paper.
People have been disappearing all over the county.
A picture of the mayor's son in his football uniform was surrounded by an article. Yancey tilted the paper and read aloud. Police and FBI investigators are baffled by the disappearance of more than a dozen citizens in the Lexington area. No clues have been...
Delights, James interrupted. No one is safe until the lights go away, amigo.
That night, another storm blew in, and again Yancey found himself being chased through a rain-soaked jungle by something hidden in the dense foliage. He awoke to find the window open and the curtains whipping in the gale, even though he had closed and latched the window before turning in. When he sat up, the night table at the corner of the bed toppled over, and a dark figure blurred past him and dove for the window. Yancey leapt for the intruder, but it was too late. His mystery guest had made his escape. Yancey slipped on a puddle of water that had collected under the window and floundered on his back until he found his bearings in the dark. He rolled to his knees, then stood up and felt his way to the door and groped for the light switch. When he found it, he flicked it up. Nothing happened, so he flicked it down and up again several times, the way people do for some reason. But the result was the same every time. No power. He skulked his way to the kitchen and fumbled through the utility drawer. Rummaging past the compact but powerful LED light, opting instead for the large heavy mag light that everyone knows can be used as a beating stick in an emergency. He clicked it on and a brilliant white light flooded the kitchen. Making a slow circle and not finding any more uninvited guests, Yancey took a few deep breaths, and his heart rate dropped by about 20 beats per minute. With his adrenaline rush fading, he went back to the bedroom, replaced the nightstand, closed the window, making damn sure it was latched, then opened the closet door. He pushed aside the row of T-shirts that were concealing a massive gun safe. Inside the safe was a large assortment of firearms to choose from. Yancey's hand hovered over the selection. The rifles have plenty of knockdown power, he thought, but they were bulky, not suitable for close quarters. The larger pistols still had the knockdown power, but now that he was over the whole fight-or-flight mode, he began to think more rationally.
Do I really want to kill somebody? Besides, think of the mess I'd have to clean up.
Then he spotted the perfect weapon. He reached to the back corner and pulled out the old 410 shotgun he had had since he was a kid. Holding it again brought back fond memories from decades past, when after watching a certain biker movie that just about everybody over the age of 45 has seen, he cut down the barrel and stock to look like the one the star of the show used to blow away all the bad guys. He remembered thinking how cool he'd look packing around his own sawn-off shotgun, and the thing did look pretty gnarly. Then he took his super cool shotgun out pheasant hunting and realized why the actor called it a scattergun. The thing sprayed such a wide pattern it wasn't safe to hunt with. When he got back to the house with no birds, his dad asked,
"So what'd you learn, boy?"
Red-faced, Yancey answered, to think before doing stupid shit." Who would have thought that after 30-odd years of collecting dust, this would be the weapon of choice? Yancey brought a kitchen chair into the bedroom and sat in a corner, keeping a vigilant eye on the window for the rest of the night. At first light, he put away the gun and drove to Skeeter's place. After telling him what happened, Skeeter smiled and said, "I got just what you need." They walked out to Skeet's tack shed, and there, hanging on the wall between the bridles and halters, was the biggest, meanest, God help us, bear trap Yancey had ever seen.
"Holy shit!"
Yancey exclaimed.
"I want to catch it, not kill it."
"Don't worry, I filed the teeth down,"
Skeeter reassured him. It'll still break bones, though, so don't step in the damn thing. They took it back to Yancey's and sprayed the moving parts with WD-40 before lugging it into the house and setting it under the window. Skeeter put a hand on Yancey's shoulder to steady himself and stepped on the levers. As the springs compressed, the rusty jaws fell open. Then Yancey used one coat hanger to raise the pan and another to set the notch. Skeeter carefully took his weight off the levers and stepped back. "And that's all she wrote," he said triumphantly. "Not yet," Yancey said. Pulling the sheet off the bed, he handed 2 corners to Skeeter, and they gently draped it over the trap. "Now the bitch is done writing." That night, Yancey dreamt of happy, fluffy sheep jumping weightlessly over the bed. He didn't bother counting them since he already knew how many were in his herd. The next morning, he was awakened by a high-pitched and extremely annoying horn blaring from the driveway. He got up and nearly stepped to the window before remembering the surprise on the floor. Admonishing himself under his breath, he pulled on a T-shirt and walked around to the front door. Abe and James sat in the side-by-side beckoning. Yancey could tell in a glance that something was wrong. He climbed in and they rode to the south pasture in silence. "What the hell?" he found himself muttering as they pulled up to the grisly scene. "We found it like this a couple of minutes ago," Abe said, getting out of the side-by-side but keeping his distance. Yancey took a pair of gloves from the toolbox and slipped them on. Then, taking 2 handfuls of wool, he rolled the carcass over and stood back to inspect the contents, or more accurately, the lack of contents. The hide had been splayed open in one clean slice, and the stomach cavity was completely eviscerated. "The bones have been stripped clean," James said, the fear evident in his voice. "They look like they have been bleached or something." He stepped behind the side-by-side and retched. "And where is the blood?" Abe asked. Yancey dropped the gloves on the ground, pulled out his phone, and dialed 911. After explaining the situation to a dispatcher, they followed the fence line around the field while waiting for the cops to show up, and found 2 more sheep in the same condition. "You guys notice how the other sheep stay away from the dead ones? Like, way away, I mean," James asked. "Maybe we should do the same, amigos." "Maybe some kind of radiation is what bleached their bones," Abe suggested. An ominous feeling of danger had Yancey glancing over his shoulder at every strange noise. On a whim, he called Skeeter and asked if he checked his herd of cows that morning. The phone was silent for several seconds. Then Skeeter came back pensively. "I'm looking at a dead second-year steer right now." He started to ask what the hell was going on when Yancey spoke over him. "Stay away from it." The panic in Yancey's voice made Skeet freeze in place, while Yancey told him about his dead sheep, and that the cops were on their way. Skeeter drove to Yancey's place and showed up just before the cops. He parked inside the gate and closed it after a patrol car, an unmarked SUV, and a blacked-out utility van came through. The patrol officer looked pretty standard issue except for the tightness in his uniform around the chest and biceps area. The man that stepped out of the SUV, however, was anything but standard issue. In fact, he looked more like the latest Bond villain. His finely tailored suit looked more painted on than worn over his slender physique. The ultra-black hair, styled in what had to have been a $100 haircut, seemed to be screaming, "Look at me," while the disdainful scowl that was poorly concealed beneath his tightly trimmed goatee seemed to be asking, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Skeeter thought to himself, "I'm definitely gonna fuck with this dude." Then the doors on the back of the van swung open, and a couple of space cadets stepped out fully clad in bright red biohazard suits. "Welcome to Earth!" Skeeter laughed. He was too far away for the NASA rejects to hear him, which was okay, since neither of them looked like the humorous type. Skeeter walked up and joined his 3 amigos who were answering the officer's questions. "What's up, Punch?" he said, reaching out for a fist bump. The officer looked despondently over the rim of his glasses. Whoa, cold vibe, Skeet said, lowering his fist. Officer Bright was just asking us a few questions, Yancey said, his cheeks beginning to flush. Oh, yeah? Well, I've got a few questions for Officer Bright. Like, what's the square root of 372? How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? And what have you been up to since Chips got canceled? The officer cocked his head like a dog listening to a phonograph. Skeeter went on. Or, why doesn't your cruiser say what jurisdiction it's from? Why are you packing that cannon on your hip instead of a police-issue firearm? And why these X-Files rejects didn't show any identification? They didn't even ask where the carcass was. They just pulled right up to it, James said. Now that Yancey was up to speed, he was itching to throw in his 2 cents. You know, it's kind of funny, he said. The officer turned back to him and cocked his head the other way. Yancey turned to Skeeter and cocked his head mockingly. This is a sheep ranch, right? Yeah, Skeet agreed. Well then, why am I smelling so much bullshit? With that, the 4 men walked around Officer Bright, or whoever he really was. He made a futile attempt to stop them, but knowing that he had lost all authority over them, he gave up. Leading the small congregation of pissed-off rednecks, Skeeter almost made it to the intergalactic spacemen who were scooping up the few remains of the sheep and putting them in a plastic bag, when Mr. Handsome stepped in his path. That's close enough, he said authoritatively, raising one hand chest high like he was directing traffic, and drawing back his jacket with the other, revealing a shoulder-holstered Glock. The congregation stopped, and Skeeter smiled amiably. Well, hey there, Slick Willie. You're just the suit I wanted to talk to. The officer should have warned you. This area is off limits, the suit said judiciously. I tried, Ponch said, taking a defensive stance alongside the man in the dark blue. Well, Skeeter said, turning to give the congregation a wry wink. I've got a few questions. The suit's eyes narrowed. First of all, Skeet said, still smiling all friendly-like. Where'd you go to get that haircut? Before Mr. Handsome could reassert his authority, Skeet continued. No, really. I've been thinking about changing up my look a little bit. To impress Lana? The suit asked. Even though Skeeter's smile didn't waver, he was on the verge of losing his cool, and was starting to measure the distance to the man's jaw. Now, why in the hell would you waste your time watching an old cowpoke like me? We watch everybody, was the suit's cold reply. Okay. Question number 2. Mr. Bolin, the suit cut in, his voice barely raising in volume. We really don't have time for this. Okay, let's cut the shit, pretty boy. Skeeter's smile was nowhere as friendly as it had been. I want to know why my boy here called the sheriff's office and the cast of Marvin the Martian showed up instead. Let's just say we have jurisdiction over local law enforcement agencies. The suit's calm demeanor was playing on Skeeter's last nerve. So what? You're a Fed? CIA? Homeland Security? I know you're not the guy that delivers my mail. The suit reached for his breast pocket, or the Glock. Either way, Skeeter's revolver blurred from its holster and was pointed between the man's eyes before he had time to blink. Slow down, Sonny Jim. Let's see that hand. The suit slowly pulled his hand out from behind his lapel. You just made the biggest... The Mr. Man started to say when Skeeter's finger that had been resting on the trigger guard slid over the trigger. The man, who had been trained to take charge of any situation, felt his sphincter tighten. Skeeter snarled, You've got to the count of whatever number I decide to start squeezing to be out of range. The suit turned to leave. Wait a minute, Skeet said. You never did tell me where you got that haircut. That afternoon, Skeeter and Yancey went to the sports store and bought half a dozen trail cams, a roll of mechanics wire, and a handful of Slim Jims. On the way home, Yancey struck up a conversation about aliens. Since they had never had cause to discuss the subject till now, neither man really knew the other man's opinion. Yancey, as it turned out, fell in the firm believer category, and knew all the talking points to fall back on. Billions of stars. Humans were too dumb to build pyramids. Crop circles. Area 51.
Anal probes?
Skeeter added. Okay, that one's got me baffled, Yancey conceded.
Now here's what I think.
Skeeter drew in a deep breath.
The crash at Area 51 was a hoax orchestrated by the government to pique the interest of taxpayers so they wouldn't bitch about billions of dollars going to the Apollo space program.
Yancey inhaled deeply. What about all the documented sightings of UFOs around the world, not just in modern times, but from thousands of years ago? Remote tribes in Africa, Asia, North and South America all saw flying objects that couldn't be explained.
I think you might be watching a little too much History Channel, partner. Besides,
Skeeter filled his lungs to capacity.
Anything sailing through the air is an unidentified flying object until you figure out what it is. When Walter Morrison was testing the first Frisbee, over 100 people hid in their basements thinking the Earth was being invaded by aliens.
Well, that's a nice shade of blue, Yancey said, pointing at Skeet's face. But I'm gonna have to call bullshit on that one.
Okay, I made that one up,
Skeet said between gasps. The back and forth could have gone on for hours, or until one of them passed out, but there was shit to be done. Skeeter and James put up 3 of the cameras at his place, while Yancey and Abe hung up the other 3 at his place. One pointed at the driveway, another one pointed at the gate to the south pasture where the majority of his sheep grazed, and the last one they mounted on the side of the bunkhouse facing Yancey's front porch. Then they fired up the old backhoe. They dug a deep hole in the hilltop where the dead livestock had been buried throughout the years and dumped the carcasses in. Yancey even scraped up a few inches of topsoil where the remains had been found and dumped it in as well before backfilling the hole. Other than the usual ranch duties, the rest of the week was pretty uneventful. And when Saturday rolled around, the crew was excited to meet up at Skeeter's place to sample his latest attempt to recreate some online recipe he had found. Yancey's contribution to the soiree never wavered. 2 bags of chips, dip, dessert from the bakery, and a cooler filled to the brim with beer and ice. James and Abe brought good conversation and healthy appetites, all the makings for a good night. Somewhere between 1/2 the monkey's ass and 1/4 his balls, the drunk and disorderly bunch of yahoos got up to leave, each casting furtive glances to the north, but the strange lights were nowhere to be found. A short time later, Yancey's weary head nestled into his pillow, and a vision of sheep leaping a 3-bar fence lulled him to sleep. In the early morning hours, a droplet of rain pinged off the tin porch roof. Another followed, and another, and there was a rumble of thunder off in the distance. As the storm intensified, Yancey turned over and over, arms and legs becoming tangled in the bedsheets. Unconscious claustrophobia evolved into full-blown panic as the sheep in his chaotic nightmare became tangled between the rungs of the fence, with more sheep leaping to the top of the growing mound, crushing the ones that came before, until the fence collapsed with a resounding snap. Yancey woke with the horrifying realization that the cacophony of crushed sheep was actually the agonized cries of something caught in the trap. He twisted and pulled until the sheet released its hold on one arm. All the while, the thing near the window writhed in agony. Planned or not, it backed to the window and toppled out, dragging the cumbersome steel trap behind. The trap fell with a weighty clank on the wooden porch, and the creature bellowed an ungodly shriek. The bedsheet fell in tatters to the floor as Yancey fumbled for the flashlight on the end table. Then the shotgun at the head of the bed. An unholy scraping noise came from outside. A milky beam of light followed by the gun barrel. Then Yancey's head protruded cautiously from the window. The oblong spotlight gravitated to the source of the rhythmic noise. The trap made a deep clunk as it scraped from one plank to the next. This was followed by a wheezing intake of air as the creature inched the upper half of its body forward. The pale gray torso of the creature had all the characteristic traits of an extremely tall, extremely slender human being. "Stop!" Yancey commanded, trying to add an air of authority to his quivering voice. The thing seemed to understand as it ceased its melodic progression across the deck. The rising and falling of its gaunt abdomen slowed. Then it raised its shoulder and peered over its back, locking its enormous saucer-like eyes on Yancey. Time throughout the universe seemed to stand still. "No way." Reinvigorated, the creature turned and resumed its task of escaping. It drug itself down the steps and out into the downpour. Yancey crawled through the window and pursued the wretched creature into the storm's fury. "Stop!" he ordered again. This time the creature did not obey. Yancey raised his gun and fired a warning shot into the air. The thing stopped and with what must have taken all its remaining strength, stood to face him. James stepped out of the bunkhouse waving a flashlight up and down, left and right, before shining the narrow beam on the back of well, let's just go ahead and say it, the alien. With frayed nerves, drenched and confused, Yancey asked, "What do you want from me?" Moving slowly, the alien raised a hand toward him. Suddenly the rain stopped. Not everywhere, just over Yancey, as if he had stepped under a roof, except he hadn't moved. Now the invisible roof was moving, and neither he nor the alien were being rained on. And soon the entire driveway and bunkhouse were covered. The alien rotated its hand so that its outstretched palm was facing up. Then its absurdly long fingers curled into a fist. Yancey's pulse quickened. "It's trying to communicate," he thought. Then, a single bony middle digit rose to full attention. In an instant, Yancey's subconscious chose the response that best suited his personality, and he smiled. A sudden burst of light flooded Yancey's brain. He squeezed his eyelids tight, but they were transparent. He covered them with his hands and saw the bones within dark silhouette. He screamed again, falling to his knees, the searing beam permeating every fiber, every tissue. So this is what it was like to be a chicken nugget in the microwave. Then, as quickly as the light had appeared, it was gone, along with the alien. The rain swept over him, instantly cooling his irradiated back. The screams internalized as a vicious migraine set in. Hands settled on his back. "Are you okay?" The voice seemed muffled. Yancey tried to speak through his clenched jaws, but it came out as nothing more than whimpers. Finally, he simply shook his head. The brothers pulled him to his feet, and each put an arm over their necks. They led their stricken friend into the house and lowered him onto the couch. One of them pulled Yancey's t-shirt over his head, and it was replaced with a warm, dry towel. Just before sunup, sheer exhaustion superseded the pain, and Yancey fell into a deep, almost comatose sleep. When he awoke, something felt strange. He reached up and felt bandages covering his eyes. Soft hands took his and gently pulled them away from his face.
"Don't touch, babe,"
a silky voice said. "Is that you, Skeet?" He sat up and slid his legs off the bed.
Man, some people will do anything for a sponge bath.
This time it really was Skeeter's voice.
"You should have put those bandages a few inches lower,"
Abe said. "James, are you in here too?"
"See, I'm here, boss."
The worry in their voices was concerning.
"Take these bandages off, Emily,"
Yancey said, struggling against her grip.
"It's way too soon for that,"
she said, squeezing his hands a little tighter than usual until he calmed down. She had been his home health care nurse when he got his side sliced open by a rampaging hillbilly, and that turned into some kind of romance that they were still trying to figure out. but she was starting to wonder just how many times she was going to have to nurse this crazy-ass cowboy back to health.
I'll tell you what,
she said.
It's about time to put some more drops in your eyes.
Implying that he could find out then if he could see or not. She had Skeeter close the curtains while she removed the bandages and then the cotton swabs. There was a slight rustling that Yancey couldn't make sense of. Then all together the group counted down.
3, 2, 1.
Yancey opened his eyes to a squint. As soon as the air came into contact with his retinas, the burning began, and he blinked rapidly to moisten them. Less concerned with the pain, he tried to focus his vision. 2 white pasty apparitions took shape on the inches in front of his face. He swung his open palm in a wide arc.
Yow!
Skeeter howled, rubbing the instantaneous welt that appeared on his right ass cheek. Immature? Yeah, downright childish. Offensive? Yep, downright insulting if you're the sensitive type. But for the Skeeter Bolins and the Yancey Tannehills of this world, and you know who you are, that's the kind of shit that makes you giggle like a bunch of damn ninnies, you sick fucks. After 4 days of feeling like a rooster locked in a hen house, Yancey was allowed to go outside under the condition that he wore sunglasses. After a week, he was back to his old self again, and Emily went back to her apartment in town, despite Yancey dropping subtle hints all week about moving in with them. Her response was always,
It'll happen, babe.
Late one afternoon, Skeeter burst into Yancey's living room, laptop in hand, looking like he just scored some Creedence Clearwater Revival tickets.
Tannehill, check this out,
he said, flouncing down on the couch. Yancey turned off the A-team and leaned up to the coffee table. The screen lit up and an old geezer leered out from the screen menacingly. The man was obviously in his late 60s or maybe even his early 70s, judging from the age spots and wrinkles, and yet the hair on his head and upper lip were kempt and onyx black. What's this, your younger brother?
Douchebag,
Skeeter said, scrolling down to a YouTube video link and hitting the play button. Lightning flashed across the screen as a theremin whined a haunting tune. A voice echoed, Are you a believer? And the old man's severed head appeared to float as if by magic and not by some cheap CGI program. Sounding eerily similar to a used car salesman trying to unload the VW Beetle parked out back, he talked about UFOs, as if he came to Earth on one of them. Yancey looked over and was surprised to see Skeeter staring at the screen, completely mesmerized. Dude, this guy sounds like a used car salesman.
Keep listening,
Skeet said, not taking his eyes off the screen.
If you or someone you know have had a close encounter with an alien species, I want to hear from you. Email me at...
You didn't, Yancey asked.
Want to bet?
Skeet said, opening a second tab and ignoring Yancey's what-the-fuck look.
So this guy, Professor...
He scrolled down and found a name.
Rosenthal is about the weirdest duck in the pond, but he seems to know his shit when it comes to UFOs.
Yancey looked at the new image on the screen and read the overlay aloud. Conspiracy Con, Orlando, Florida. Friday, May 13th, 10 a.m. through Sunday, May 15th, 3 p.m. EPT. Skeeter scrolled down to the list of speakers with Professor Rosenthal topping the list and scheduled to speak several times throughout the event. Apparently this guy was more of a big deal than Yancey had given him credit for. A gleaming glass and steel building stood in the background slightly out of focus. Skeeter scrolled down again, bringing up a map with directions to the event site. He sat back.
I've got hotel reservations, VIP passes, and an appointment for a private meeting with Rosenthal.
Skeet looked pretty damn proud of himself. I thought you said you were a firm non-believer. Skeet shrugged.
Well, something's been breaking into your house, and the son of a bitch stole my bear trap. So aliens or not, sons of bitches must pay.
He bared his teeth and snarled, making his upper lip quiver. Okay, Elvis, don't burst an artery. Orlando, here we come. This untimely trip to Florida would have to take the place of their annual hunting trip, albeit 2 weeks earlier. So Yancey stayed busier than a cat burying shit all week, getting everything squared away on the ranch. This was Skeeter's year to drive, and Yancey was mostly looking forward to the road trip. He hadn't been to Orlando since he was a kid, and they went on an FFA field trip to DB's gator farm, which turned out to be huge fun right up until Timmy fell in the gator pond. Then shit got real. A 12-foot gator that had been sunning itself on the sandbar got a hold of Timmy's arm. He let out a blood-curdling scream, and before anyone else had time to react, the guy that called himself DB shimmied up on the top row of the barbed wire fence and bailed off, like the time Randy Savage took out Ric Flair with an atomic flying elbow. The big man came down hard and sprawled across the gator's back. Reaching one hand under its jaw and the other one around its snout, he pulled for all he was worth, but the gator just seemed to smile.
"Let go, you son of a bitch!"
DB bellowed. The gator's mouth slowly opened and Timmy scurried to safety. Everyone else gathered around Timmy, probably wanting to see the blood more than to make sure he was all right, but not Yancey. He watched the big man who just kicked the gator's ass. DB stood up, rubbing his bruised chest, and seeing the young man staring at him, smiled and said,
"I think that suitcase with teeth understood me."
The next day at school, Yancey tried out for the wrestling team, and the rest is history. The part of this trip Yancey wasn't looking forward to was Skeet's favorite mode of transportation. You see, even though Skeet had a perfectly good megacab parked in his garage, he always insisted on rolling out his old '69 Chevy Fleetside for traveling long distances. Nothing about the old beast made it comfortable to drive to town, let alone across 3 state lines. For one thing, clear back when they were teenagers, Yancey helped Skeeter put a 6-inch lift kit under the already high-setting truck. Then they took it down to the donut shop and got some 38-inch mud bogger specials slapped on it. After that, they had to keep their seatbelts on to keep from being thrown out the windows. This year would be different, though. Yancey was coming prepared. The morning of the big trip had arrived, and Yancey was sitting on his front step finishing his morning coffee when a 9.5 on the Richter scale damn near shook the teeth out of his head. Skeeter rolled up, revving the dualed-out big block 454 with gas-ported piston rings, flat-tap camshaft, high-rise intake manifold, etc., etc. The thing churned out almost 400 horses and stopped at every gas station. Yancey pert near had to stand on his tiptoes to reach the door handle. It was time for the big reveal. He threw in 2 extra thick seat cushions that he bought at the Home and Garden Center the day before.
"Consider that an early birthday present, you spoiled bastard,"
he shouted over the fire-breathing dragon under the hood. Skeet raised himself up and slid the cushion under him, then sat with a satisfied smile.
"Yeah, my ass thanks you."
He'd mounted one of those aftermarket GPS systems to his dash, and while Yancey threw his bags in the back, Skeeter punched in the address of the event center. Once Yancey made the ascent to the passenger seat, he asked,
"Would it kill you to put some running boards on this thing?"
"Oh, hell no,"
Skeeter scoffed.
"This ain't your grandma's truck."
He pegged out the tachometer and dumped the clutch. Luckily, the tires broke traction and spun, or the whole damn planet might have started spinning backwards. Once they got into Lexington, it would be smooth sailing on the interstate all the way. Now, I don't know if you've ever traveled I-45, but if you haven't, you might want to put it on your bucket list. Talk about some pretty scenery. The boys were loving every mile, but as the afternoon wore on, Yancey began to feel the effects of the open road. The hum of the engine combined with the vibration of the knobby tires and the added comfort of the soft cushion nullified his mind, and he drifted off. On a long straightaway somewhere between Chattanooga and Atlanta, Skeeter was startled by a woman's sultry voice telling him in no uncertain terms to exit the freeway in 1 mile. Skeeter looked at Yancey, expecting to see a look of confusion to match his own, but only found Sleeping Beauty probably counting sheep. Skeeter eased off the throttle and took the exit just as Mary Ann had instructed. Yep, Skeeter decided the GPS voice sounded like Mary Ann. Give a guy a break. He'd been driving since 5:30 that morning. There wasn't much at the bottom of the exit, and Skeeter checked the screen again. Now an arrow pointed in a 90-degree angle to the direction they had been headed on the interstate.
Turn right in 50 feet,
Mary Ann said. Skeet made the turn and pulled off the road. Yancey Tannehill, this is your wake-up call, he said, doing his best podcast narrator's voice. Now Yancey was wide awake and looking around. After reassuring his old pal everything was copacetic, Skeeter drew his attention to the GPS and explained what Mary Ann had instructed.
Well, maybe there's construction up ahead,
Yancey yawned. Tracing the detour on the screen, Skeeter said,
It looks like this road comes back to the interstate in about 10 miles. I guess that won't slow us down too much.
When Yancey and Mary Ann agreed, they were off. Where the interstate ran straight as the crow flies, this byway seemed to wind around every prairie dog burrow and anthill. The top-heavy truck swayed around every corner to the point where Yancey was about to roll down his window and add some more color to the scenery, when Skeeter slammed on the brakes, sending the truck into a skid, and stopping just short of a flagman who was standing in the middle of the road holding a stop sign. Skeeter rolled down his window as the road worker approached.
What's going on?
There's above what I mean about half mile up,
the burly man said.
Probably be a few hours before the road open again.
Skeeter laid his arm over the steering wheel and drummed his fingers on the dash. The flagman checked his sign and waved to another vehicle that pulled up behind Skeeter's truck. Then he said,
There's a motel just around the next corner.
Skeet considered the miles behind them versus the miles still ahead, and the pain in the ass it would be to backtrack and try to find another route. He turned to Yancey, who had also been pondering their choices.
I vote for the motel, I suppose.
Skeeter turned to the flagman and asked,
They'll definitely be done by morning?
The flagman nodded confidently.
Oh, yeah, they'll have at least one lane open.
I guess we'll take the motel.
Okay, well, you fellas have a good night,
the flagman said with a smile, and spun the sign to the side that read slow. Sure enough, when they rounded the corner, a run-down 2-story motel with about half a dozen rooms on each level sat at the back of a gravel parking lot. The only other vehicle was a rusted-out Brady Bunch station wagon sitting on 4 flat tires. Skeeter pulled up to the lean-to style office and asked Yancey,
How many slasher movies do you think were filmed here?
It ain't exactly the Ritz,
Yancey said, looking the place over. The first thing that caught his eye stepping into the office was the crappy orange shag carpet. A darker matted down path led to a desk that might have looked kind of nice back in its day. Skeet bellied up to the desk and rang the service bell. While they waited for a clerk who might or might not show up, Skeeter wandered to the left and Yancey meandered to the right, admiring the pictures on the wood-paneled walls. If they were genuine, they should have been in a museum, since most of them were signed and probably worth a fortune.
John and Robert Kennedy,
Skeeter read aloud.
Here's one of Nixon shaking hands with Elvis,
Yancey said.
Neil Armstrong, Marilyn Monroe,
Skeet said, getting more excited.
Hey, Skeet, have you noticed a little dude standing in the background of your pictures?
Skeeter took a closer look, and sure enough, in every photo, an unassuming little man stood in the background, not waving or mugging for the camera. He was just sort of there.
I wonder if his name is Waldo.
His name is Heisenberg,
a shrill voice said. Yancey nearly jumped to the ceiling, and Skeeter wheeled so fast his clothes were practically on backwards.
Oh, I am sorry, gentlemen.
The man behind the counter apologized with a sort of German-American blended accent. Without considering that it might be taken as rude, Yancey scrutinized the man, then looked back at several of the pictures, then back at the man, who smiled.
Yeah, that was me, many years ago.
His hairline had receded considerably, and now he wore a pair of thin spectacles. but the eyes and the other features were the same. "Did you know all these people?" Yancey asked.
Oh, yeah,
the unassuming little man said.
but that was another lifetime.
He seemed eager to change the subject.
So, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Skeeter started to say they needed a couple of rooms for the night when the old duffer cut him off.
I must warn you, gentlemen, I do not serve motorbikers.
He pointed to an almost invisible scar on his cheek. Skeeter's eyes narrowed. He knew quite a few bikers, and most of them seemed pretty decent fellers. He stepped up to the desk and looked at the little Deutschbag gravely.
Yeah, I've had dealings with bikers myself,
he said in a low monotone. Yancey prepared for the worst as Skeet continued.
I used to live across the street from one of those heathens. Back then, when I didn't know any better, I thought it might be kind of cool to ride a motorcycle. So I went over and introduced myself. He said his name was Big Turd and raised his sleeve.
"Was it?" the German asked.
Yep, a tattoo of a big brown turd. Hell, it even had stink lines coming off it. He was a filthy, filthy man. Yeah, they're all filthy,
the German agreed. Skeeter went on.
He offered to show me the ropes, so I bought one of those big touring bikes, and that weekend, we left his house before sunup. After 5 or 6 hours on the road, I was really starting to need a bathroom break. Just then, Big Turd stood up on his foot pegs and dropped his britches. No!
The little man looked downright shocked.
Oh yeah, Hindenburg,
Skeeter continued.
He sat down but slid his ass off to the side of the seat and relieved himself right there on the highway at 70 miles an hour. The man was barely human!
Heisenberg exclaimed, pulling off his wire-rimmed glasses and shaking his head.
Oh, but it gets worse. It gets worse?
The more excited Herman the German got, the more his accent leaned to the German side. Skeeter went on.
When he was done, he swung over to the other side of the road, still hauling ass. Dropped his hand to where it was just skimming the grass, and quicker than you can say Bob's your scary uncle, he snatched up a furry little cottontail. A rabbit? That's right, Heineken. He swung it around and swapped it right down his ass cleavage. Then, if that weren't bad enough, he bit the poor little thing's ear off and chucked it right out into the bar ditch.
The little man shook with anger.
He should be shot!
At that point, Yancey had to turn away.
How could a man be so cruel?
Heisenberg asked.
That's exactly what I asked when we finally stopped that evening,
Skeeter said.
What did he say?
The German asked, hanging on Skeeter's every word.
He told me we'd be taking the same road home the next day, and he'd hate to pick up the same rabbit.
It was all Yancey could do not to explode with laughter. Heisenberg threw a key on the desk.
Room number 6 is all we have available, gentlemen,
the fuming little sauerkraut said. Skeet wondered if that meant the conversation was over.
I would be alone,
the little Hitler wannabe said, waving a dismissive hand. Yep, the conversation was over. Yancey went to unlock the room while Skeeter pulled the truck closer. When he walked in the room, his and Yancey's eyes met, and they burst into laughter at the old man's expense. The old man, still standing behind the desk, straightened his posture and rose about 3 inches in height. He pulled a cell phone from his pocket and dialed. "They're here," he said, with no hint of an accent, German or otherwise. "Room 6. Yes. Midnight. Understood." He ended the call and muttered under his breath, "Fucking rednecks." There was no place to go and eat in this burg, but Skeeter, being Johnny on the spot, packed in a hot plate and a bag of groceries, and 30 minutes later, their bellies were bulging like a couple of bullfrogs at a fly convention. Before long, the back-and-forth farts and belches that followed a gourmet meal of biscuits and beans gave way to yawns, maybe some having to do with the amount of methane in the air. The boys hit the hay and Yancey covered his head. At around 5 minutes to midnight, the streamer that hung in front of the air vent began to flutter. A clear, odorless gas filled the room, sending the flies, spiders, mice, and tenants into a much deeper sleep. The streamer stopped flagging and rested against the screen, and the sounds of the night fell silent. A slight vibration was preceded by a barely audible hum, and then at 1 second after midnight, a powerful wave of light bleached the color spectrum within its circumstance to white rice on a paper plate on Skeeter's ass cheek. 20 seconds later, the beam vanished along with the occupants of room 6. When Yancey opened his eyes, the room spun like a vote for Pedro button on a shithouse door at a Cajun barbecue. "Whoa," he muttered. The light that shined down from the ceiling was dripping lava. He tried to touch it, but his hands wouldn't move. His head rolled to the left like a bowling ball, then back to the right, and he was eventually able to raise it slightly. The twisting kaleidoscope vision damn near brought up his supper, as 6 images became 4, then 2, and the room came into focus. "Whoa," he repeated. Yancey hadn't done any experimenting with chemicals other than maybe a little mojo in college, if you held a gun to his head. But nothing had knocked him on his ass like this. 4 dudes with giant heads wandered around the room, bumping into each other, and acting like their only purpose was to be seen. He noticed that one of them was dragging his foot like it had recently been caught in something. Hey, what's up, alien dude?" Yancey asked, waving a hand that was being held down by a leather strap. It didn't seem to notice him at first. Hey, it's me, Yancey Hammermill." The alien with the limp turned slightly, then continued wandering about the room. Come on, I thought we were buds." One of the aliens pulled open a slit in the plastic partition and walked out, followed by the other 2. But just when it looked like the alien with the limp was going to snub him, it turned back and hobbled to an IV stand. Paying no attention to Yancey, it pinched a hose that was feeding hallucinogens into Yancey's arm and slid a clamp over the kink, stopping the flow. Hey, Yancey slurred. I need that." The creature hobbled to a stainless tray that sat on a stainless table and fumbled through the instruments with its comedically long fingers. Then it turned around, wielding a surgical scalpel. Hey, why are you doing that?" Yancey struggled as the alien came nearer. He had already developed a fear of knives, and now it looked like the fear was very rational. "I thought we were pals," Yancey whimpered. The alien straightened Yancey's fingers that had been balled up in a fist and placed a thin rectangular handle in his palm, then closed his fingers around it. With no sigh of emotion, the alien turned to leave. It might have just been the drugs talking, but Yancey thanked the tall gray space being, then told it its head was melting. With the drug supply cut off, Yancey's head began to clear. He fumbled with the knife, working it under the strap. Then, working it back and forth, he cut through the strap and his hand jerked free. He cut loose the strap that lay across his chest, and then the rest. With that done, he removed the tape that held the IV in his arm and watched a plastic tube slip out of his vein, saying, "You guessed it." Whoa. He slid off the bed and landed on the floor like a newborn lamb. As he rose to his hands and knees, a flimsy hospital gown that had been loosely draped over him slid off, leaving him naked. He gathered it up and, using the bed to steady himself, got to his feet. Taking deep breaths to clear the cobwebs, he saw that the walls were simply clear plastic that hung from the ceiling, and the bed he had been laying on was actually a stainless steel slab. No wonder my ass is so cold. The distant sound of rustling plastic snapped him to attention. This was no time to be sitting around sucking snot. He tied the gown around his waist, making sure his crack was covered, and peeked through the slit in the plastic. There was a hallway about 10 feet across with about 10 plastic rooms on either side, and at the end of the hall, an exit sign hung over a set of double doors. There didn't seem to be anyone around, so Yancey squeezed through the slit and padded down the hall to the next room. It was identical to his, except an elderly lady lay on this table enjoying her drug-induced trip. She didn't like it any better than Yancey had when he removed her IV, but he didn't have time to pacify the old gal, so as soon as her bonds were removed, he moved on. Yancey recognized the young man in the next room. He was the high school quarterback that he had seen in the newspaper article. None of these people seemed to have anything in common. At the 7th or 8th room, Yancey was surprised to see an alien lying unconscious on the floor. Skeet raised his head, and seeing Yancey's head peeking in, said,
"Hey, Tannehill, I got an itch I can't seem to reach. Would you mind?"
Somehow, Skeeter had gotten a hold of the hose and yanked the IV out of his arm. Yancey stepped over the gray feller, and while he unfastened the straps, asked, "What happened here?"
I whispered.
"You whispered?"
I whispered like I had to tell it something. Then when it leaned over, I headbutted the son of a bitch right in the chest.
Yeah, Yancey stammered. That's what I did too.
These fuckers might be smart enough to fly across the galaxy, but I think this one must have been the janitor.
Yancey brought Skeeter up to speed while they released the last of the abductees. Some laughed while others cried, asking where they were and saying they just wanted to go home. Yancey ran to the door and cracked it open, expecting to see daylight, but was disappointed to find instead a dimly lit tunnel. The long curving tube was painted a dull army green with a flat gray cement floor. A couple of men dressed up like army soldiers stood at ease in front of a door 30 feet further down and on the opposite side of the tunnel. Yancey quietly closed the door. Skeeter had snuck up and was standing beside them. Yancey whispered, "There's 2 guards out there."
"Well, hell,"
Skeeter said, full-voiced.
"Sounds like what we need is a diversion."
He reached not 2 feet from the door and pulled down the T-handle on the fire alarm. Yancey's eyes bulged as the alarm sounded. They gathered up their flock of confused tweakers and herded them to the exit. "Stick close to us," Yancey said.
"Are we going home?"
an elderly man asked.
Your last name wouldn't happen to be Franson, would it?"
Skeeter guessed.
Daryl Franson."
The old man smiled and put out his hand. Skeet shook it and said,
"Your daughter's gonna be glad to see you."
"Can we do this later?" Yancey asked. He swung the door open and would have led the way into the tunnel if G.I. Joe hadn't been standing right in front of him, craning his neck to look Pee Wee Tannehill in the eye. Yancey slammed the door and leaned against it. "Oh, shit. This guy's a giant." Skeeter pushed him away from the door and swung it wide open. He looked up with a toothy grin and asked,
"Which way to the gift shop?"
The soldier raised a hand that looked to be about the same size as a catcher's mitt and reached for Skeeter's throat. Skeet paddled back, leading the big man into the room.
"I didn't know they made uniforms that big."
When the hulking giant smiled, Skeeter leaned into an overhand right that collided with the Jolly Green Giant's jaw.
"Son of a bitch!"
Skeeter hollered, shaking his pulverized hand. Yancey pulled a fire extinguisher off the wall and was about to try his luck when old Mr. Franson stepped in front of the human skyscraper and delivered 2 quick punches to his solar plexus. The old man, not seeming quite so old anymore, circled the stunned soldier and drove a fist into his kidney, then raised his foot and thrust it into the back of his knee. The soldier dropped to his knees, groaning in pain. Mr. Franson asked Skeeter if he had ever heard 2 turtles fucking as he removed the soldier's helmet. Skeeter winced with sympathy as the helmet slammed down against the soldier's skull. And yes, if you were wondering, it did sound like a couple of turtles making love. The big feller's shoulders slumped and he toppled face down to the floor. Yancey put down the extinguisher and he and Skeeter gaped at Franson. In return, Mr. Franson raised the sleeve of his gown and pointed to the tattoo of an anchor and ship's name on his shoulder and the U.S. flag on his upper arm.
"Yeah, the colors that never run, boys,"
he said proudly. Skeeter rubbed down the goosebumps on his arms. Yancey pulled the pistol out of the soldier's holster and took 2 extra clips from the pouch on his belt. Let's try this again, he said, and one by one they skirted the big man's body and walked cautiously into the tunnel. There was a mass of confusion as soldiers ran from door to door looking for a fire that didn't exist, while a group of aliens walked quickly in single file down the tunnel. For no reason in particular, Yancey decided to follow the aliens, and they were off. After following the gentle curve of the tunnel for 30 or so yards, the walls and ceiling started to brighten, and then the light source came into view. A set of massive double doors sat open to the outside world. Yancey fought the urge to run, feeling an almost instinctual sense of loyalty to this group of strangers. When they emerged, the sun seemed brighter than it had ever been, and Yancey held up a hand to shade his eyes. A few feet past the doors, the cement floor turned into a graveled yard. The aliens that they had followed out of the tunnel were climbing into a long green army bus. Another bus sat unoccupied beside the first one, and a tan Humvee was parked off on its own in the middle of the yard. A high chain-link fence formed a barrier between the manicured property and the mountainous pine forest that surrounded it. A yard shack stood at one side of the double chain-link gates. Skeeter, suddenly standing beside Yancey, asked,
"Are you ready for a jailbreak?"
Yancey shook his head and said, "Hell yeah, let's blow this popsicle stand." Skeeter turned and asked Mr. Franson if he knew how to drive a bus. The old man smiled and said,
"I'll drive a fucking ham sandwich if it gets us away from this shithole."
The bus with all the aliens in it rolled out, but instead of heading for the gate, it wound back and disappeared behind the pines. High-stepping to a chorus of ouches and shits, the barefoot abductees crossed the yard and filed into the bus. Yancey and Skeeter waited till last, helping the older folks climb aboard. They turned and were suddenly dumbstruck when an actual no-shit flying saucer slowly ascended from behind the mountain. A top disc rotated clockwise, and a lower disc that made up about a third of the bottom of the saucer rotated counterclockwise. The thing was huge. Skeeter rounded the front of the bus and bounded across the yard.
"Where you going?"
Yancey hollered, running after him. Reaching the Humvee, Skeeter threw the driver's side door open and climbed over the seat. Suddenly, a gray came running out of the tunnel, and seeing that he had been left behind, turned and spotted the Humvee. When it started running toward them, Yancey raised his pistol, but the alien kept coming. The last thing Yancey wanted was to start an intergalactic war, but finally he decided there was no other choice. He pulled the slide back, released it, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Sparks and smoke fizzled out of the 9mm hole between the alien's eyes. It stopped momentarily, put its arms out like Frankenstein's monster, and advanced again. The alien's head disintegrated. Yancey took his fingers out of his ears and looked up to see Skeeter wearing a set of earmuffs and a huge grin, standing behind a turret-mounted 50 caliber machine gun that was mounted on the top of the Humvee. To Yancey's shock, the alien sat up, feeling for its head, but only feeling a smoldering stump rising up from its shoulders. It stood up and started wandering aimlessly.
"Aliens my ass!"
Skeet hollered. Yancey spent the rest of the clip making the imposter dance, before it kind of ran serpentine headlong right into the only pine tree in the yard.
"Must be that janitor again,"
Skeet laughed. He raised the barrel of the gun.
"Cover your ears,"
he hollered, before unleashing hell's fire. The flying saucer didn't seem to be affected at all as sparks flew where the bullets ricocheted off the metallic surface. Skeet adjusted his aim until the barrage of lead hit the seam where the top and bottom of the saucer counter-rotated. A sudden shower of sparks rained down, and the massive disc began to wobble like a skirt on a hula dancer. Now that he found the saucer's weak spot, Skeeter fired relentlessly until with a wrenching clatter, the bottom disc stopped rotating counterclockwise and started rotating in the same direction as the top disc. The saucer began losing altitude. Skeeter stopped firing and waved a hand over the smoking barrel.
That sumbitch is hotter than the French whore on Dollar Day.
He looked down and saw Yancey pointing at his ears. Skeet took off his earmuffs and pulled the plugs out of his ears. Yancey held an imaginary microphone to his mouth and said in a high-pitched, nasally kind of voice,
This is Yancey Tannehill, your action news reporter, coming to you live on the scene here at the secret military base. Pardon me, sir, did you see what happened?
He dropped the mic and turned 180 degrees. Skeet wondered if his old pal was having a bad reaction to the drugs. Then, in a slightly lower tone, Yancey said,
Yeah, I did. I was running around trying not to get my ass shot off when I saw him standing there on top of the army truck, nightgown flapping in the breeze. I hollered, Don't look at them! But it was too late. She had already caught Skeeter fever.
Yancey pointed to the tunnel entrance and Skeeter spun around. The blue-haired old woman stood frozen in place, taking in the show. Skeeter yanked his robe shut and climbed down to the driver's seat. He couldn't remember where he had heard it, but he repeated the phrase,
Downright undignified.
Yancey trotted over to the old woman and carefully scooped her into his arms.
Was that Neil Diamond?
She asked in a frail voice.
I saw him in Las Vegas last year.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try and get his autograph for you. He put her in the bus and Mr. Franson helped her to a seat. Skeeter pulled the Humvee around, and as soon as Yancey's ass hit the seat, Skeeter gunned it. They were doing 60 when they hit the gate. You know in the movies when a car plows through a gate and the people inside the car jiggle like they ran over a dead possum? Well, my advice is don't believe what you see in the movies. The impact instantly slowed the Humvee down by about 30 miles an hour. And if it hadn't been for Skeet's quick reflexes, they probably would have ended up upside down in the bar ditch. Skeeter and Yancey watched in the mirrors as the bus flew past where the gates had just stood.
That old man's hell-bent for Kentucky.
Just then, a massive orange and black fireball mushroomed into the sky from behind the mountain. A few seconds later, the trees swayed violently and the earth shook, raising the dust off the road. Yancey watched the plume continue to rise and sincerely hoped his new friend wasn't in that ship. A mile further up the road, they came to a T.
Which way?
Yancey flipped an imaginary quarter and caught it, slapped it on the back of his hand, and took a peek. Left. Skeet didn't bother questioning his logic. The road wound down a switchback until they were below the tree line and then straightened. A gas station appeared out of the blue, and Skeeter darted into the empty parking lot. He wasn't sure the place was open until he tried the door, and it swung wide open. An old man eyed Skeeter and Yancey suspiciously as they walked up to the counter.
Cooey! Y'all must escape from the nut-house,
he said, rolling off a heavy Cadian Creole dialect.
No, just here be the latest fashion,
Skeet said.
Y'all got some kind of road map up in here?
The old man threw a map on the counter.
That'll be a tool in a fit of nonsense.
Skeet looked at Yancey.
Now what?
Yancey ran out of the store and returned a half a minute later, packing the last .450 caliber shells. He stood them on their rims on the counter, then went and got a case of bottled water and packed it up to the counter. The old river rat turned the shells over, and seeing they were the real deal, smiled and said,
Yeah, doggy. Looks like you got the deal.
Yancey took the water, and Skeet took the map, and they headed for the door.
Ha ha! Y'all come back now, you hear?
The old son of a catfish said. He watched the two men on the monitor screen under the counter as they split up, one walking back to the Humvee, and the other one taking the water to the bus. He went to the door and locked it while pulling the cell phone out of his shirt pocket and dialed. They're here, he said, sounding like he must have come from back east somewhere, and definitely not from the deep south. That's affirmative, he said, and ended the call. When Yancey got back to the Humvee, Skeeter said,
Guess where we are?
Yancey shrugged.
No clue, partner.
Skeet pointed to a star on the map and said,
The Smoky Mountains. In about 20 minutes, we ought to be in Gatlinburg.
Yancey suddenly lit up. He'd been feeling like they were about 1,000,000 miles from home, and here they were, practically in their own backyard. Well, hell, old-timer, we'll be home in time for supper. He bailed in, and they were off again. In Gatlinburg, Skeeter pulled over and borrowed a phone from a nice lady walking her poodle on the sidewalk and called the sheriff in Lexington. Hearing the good news, the sheriff told Skeeter they'd be waiting at the Uptown Mall. After a few hours of steady travel, they picked up a police escort, and a little while later they rolled into a mall parking lot to a hero's welcome.
Holy shit! Half the damn town must be here.
They pulled up behind a deputy's truck and were instantly surrounded. But as soon as the mob saw the bus full of their loved ones, Skeet and Yancey were yesterday's news. Skeeter climbed out of the Humvee and, watching the cheering crowd surround the bus, said,
Kinda gives you a good feeling, don't it?
Yeah, I was getting sick of these assholes following us. Skeet noticed that an ambulance had backed up next to the bus and a couple of paramedics were examining the abductees.
Hey, Pard, I think I'm gonna get my wrist looked at,
Skeet said, and they parted ways. Big crowds had never been Yancey's thing, so he took the Humvee and headed for the hacienda. After poking and prodding his hand, one of the paramedics told Skeeter he should definitely get it x-rayed and was just wrapping it up for safekeeping, when who should come strolling up but the lovely Miss Lana herself. Without saying a word, she gave Skeeter the kind of kiss that made him wish he had on more than just a hospital gown. She turned around, feeling a tug on her arm, and was met with a slap across her cheek. Looking down about 2 feet, she met eyes with a blue-haired old lady.
Keep your hands off him, you slut. Neil is my man.
A deputy that had seen the whole thing, trying not to laugh, stepped in and escorted the feisty old broad away, kicking and squalling. Lana turned back to Skeeter and said,
Looks like I've got some competition.
In the meantime, Yancey had pulled up next to the bunkhouse and climbed down from the Humvee. Without hesitation, he walked over to the trail cam that hung on the wall and twisted the latches. The face cracked open a bit, and the familiar scent of burnt wiring caught him off guard. "Damn it," he said, swinging the face fully open. The entire contents were melted into a twisted glob of fused plastic and metal. If there was a memory card still in there, it probably looked like he was filling. Sons of bitches don't miss a trick. A vehicle came up the driveway and parked at the house. Yancey walked around the Humvee expecting to see James and Abe, but was pleasantly surprised to see Emily stepping out of her car. The little Ford's bumpers damn near drug the ground under the weight of all the boxes and bags and the cedar chest that stuck halfway out of her trunk. You just come from a yard sale?" Yancey asked, still crossing the yard, wearing nothing but that sheet around his waist. Emily eyed him like she had been on a diet for 3 months and he was a cream-filled Yancey bar. Unwrapping him with her eyes, she asked,
What you got on, cowboy?
It's called redneck leisure wear, he said with a grin. It's all the rage down south. Then he asked her what she was wearing. Emily looked down and said,
Just a blouse and some jeans?
With a coy smile, Yancey said, I meant under that. Turning about 9 shades of red, she said,
There's only one way to find out.
And she headed for the house. Yancey stepped up on the porch and turned to look the place over. Life ain't bad, he thought. A voice carried from the bedroom window.
Tannehill, get your narrow behind in here.
Not bad at all.
Chilling tales for dark nights.